After the horror of 1981, the numbness that I had found exhilarating during my sophomore and junior and into my senior year, the only thing I found exhilarating, hardened ultimately into a remote coldness that took decades to finally thaw. I was never really the same after 1981. There was never a recovery period, and I can now mark the moment when I was last happy, or more specifically, where the last traces of happiness, even a warmness, actually existed before I tripped into drama and paranoia and began to understand how the adult world actually operated compared to my adolescent fantasies of how I supposed it worked. And it was the weekend that Ryan Vaughn spent with me at the house on Mulholland when it was mid-September 1981 and we were 17. The weekend before Matt Kellner disappeared. The weekend before Julie Selwyn's body was found and everything changed. This weekend, flat and uneventful and resolutely peaceful until it briefly wasn't, became the demarcation between innocence and, for lack of any better word and trying not to be too dramatic, corruption. It's not as if there weren't other weekends in my life that occurred after the events of 1981, possessing a calmness or even verging on the pleasant, weekends where I forgot about 1981 long enough to enjoy myself. It's just that they're tinged with the knowledge of what happened to us that fall. For example, in the late summer of 1982, after I graduated from Buckley, I spent the last weeks of August on the shores of Lake Tahoe in a house my aunt had rented for the summer, and where I remember walking through forests every day, mentally preparing to leave Los Angeles behind, finally, excitedly, and start a new life back east, beginning with Vermont and the small liberal arts school there in the town of Bennington, and then to Manhattan. This was the plan, and I spent those weeks in August clear-headed because of the ensuing escape, time for me to fly. But I was always aware someone was watching me, that Robert Mallory was somehow back, and I could soon feel his presence whenever I was roaming the empty trails with my Walkman on, or swimming alone in the lake, or tanning on the deserted deck that led out to the pier. A weekend I remember so clearly because of the freedom that was being promised became a weekend instead shrouded with doubt. I would always remember a wall streaked with blood in a high-rise condo and the balcony splashed with it, I realized. There was a weekend soon after that, in October of 1982, when my parents met me in New York. My father had just completed a real estate deal that moved him into another realm of wealth, and he had flown up from Pittsburgh where the sale had been conducted, while my mother flew in from Los Angeles to celebrate and aim for reconciliation. They had been separated on and off for about 2 years now, and I took the train down from Bennington where we attempted to become a family again. We stayed at the Carlisle. We saw cats in previews at the Winter Garden. My father's newly hired art advisor encouraged him to go to Soho and check out the exhibit of a young artist named Julian Schnabel. We ate at Le Cirque. I remained drunk most of the time, shadowing the new identity I'd formed at Bennington from my parents. And through that whirlwind weekend filled with musicals and restaurants, shopping at Gucci, and flitting through art galleries, my parents' presence was a constant reminder of Los Angeles, a place I wanted to forget. And again, I had become fearful I was being watched. Whether I walked through the lobby of the Carlisle, or along the edges of Central Park, or at the crowded bar in P.J. Clark's, I never got over the feeling that Robert Mallory was somewhere, holding a pair of binoculars, or looking at me through a telescope, constantly locating and monitoring me from somewhere. There was a weekend that still haunts me from the summer of 1991 when I had rented a cottage on the beach in Wainscott and where I had embarked on a relationship, really my first, with a Southern lawyer, only a few years older than me, and where it seemed that happiness might finally announce itself. After endlessly trying to forget about that autumn a decade behind me. And it came close, mainly because of the distraction of endless sex, while losing my religion strummed constantly throughout the cottage, REM's Out of Time being the record we played most that summer. But I ran into someone at a party in Amagansett from L.A., that first weekend in the Hamptons, who recognized me and knew about the events at Buckley in 1981. The guy was my age, and had graduated from the Harvard School for Boys the same year, and drunkenly asked me about what really happened to Robert Mallory. And everything immediately got ruined. And though I ended up getting as wasted as I possibly could that summer, I could never erase the images of a dead girl found mutilated in a basement, or the blood-splattered condo in that Century City high-rise where everything ended up, devolving into ruin. And the lawyer and I left Wainscott earlier than planned that summer, as if there was someplace else to escape to. There were 2 weekends in 2008 that led into each other, and one played out more as a metaphor in my mind than something tangible and tactile. The first was spent at the Hearst Castle, where I had accepted, along with a dozen other guests, an invitation from Jay McInerney and his wife, Ann Hearst, to spend the weekend, and where I drove up the coast from Los Angeles to San Simeon on Friday, September 12th. With a younger guy I wasn't serious about who I met in West Hollywood. Once there, it was almost impossible to get any phone reception, and after a while, you just stopped looking. So the weekend, lavish and decadent, spent swimming in the Roman pool at sunset while drinking Dom Perignon and eating beluga caviar, passed by with us only realizing, as we drove down the coast on Monday the 15th, that Lehman Brothers had gone bankrupt, and financial markets across the globe were collapsing. The disconnect between that weekend spent in a gilded bubble and the actual reality of the messy world acted as a metaphor for me as a writer that I haven't been able to shake off. And I mention it only because, strangely enough, it led to the following weekend, which I spent in Palm Springs at the behest of a producer I was writing a script for, and who had put me up in the Parker Hotel, where I was one of only 3 or 4 guests because of what had happened with the financial markets. Everyone else had fled. The Parker was kept open and ghostly. The grounds were mostly entirely devoid of life. And I would just sit in the empty dining room for dinner after spending a day with the producer at his home in the movie colony, working on a script that would never be made, months wasted on a project that hadn't even paid that well, but was promised I could direct. This was the added incentive. And all I could think about that weekend in 2008 was running into Susan Reynolds at Los Casuelas, a Mexican restaurant on North Palm Canyon Drive, at one point during the fall of our senior year, and where I made a promise to her about a secret she needed kept, something I could never tell Tom Wright. I remember the weekend with Ryan Vaughn in September of 1981 at the empty house on Mulholland because it was the last weekend untainted by the past. The basic reason why the weekend happened was about, I realize in retrospect, sex. And the hope tied to the sex. It was about desire in its simplest form, a purity that I would never experience again. It happened so easily, with no drama, none of the subterfuge that Ryan had hinted at, and no planning. Ryan and I were by the lockers on that Friday afternoon, and he simply said, I'm going to spend the weekend at your house. And I responded with, yeah, that's great. He looked at me and then made what we called the what's up face, our parodic expression of tense helplessness, bugged eyes wide with surprise, lips pulled back, something we might have seen in a Devo video. And I lightly laughed as I lifted a book from the locker, and he said, I'll see you sometime tonight, and turned and walked away. That was it. I don't like to admit this, but I remember that I started shaking in front of the open locker, and it took more than a moment to control it. The trembling came from lust, and the fact that I knew what was going to occur finally between the two of us, something more than just the quick blowjob and jerk-off that happened between us in August. And yet, on one level, very little actually happened on that weekend. We barely left the house. There was not a lot of conversation. The NFL season had started that week, and there were football games on Sunday that Ryan wanted to watch. We went to the market at the Beverly Glen Center only once to pick up 2 six-packs of Corona and a couple of steaks that we grilled Saturday night, mostly relying on the pre-made food Rosa had left in the refrigerator. The weekend was, however, mostly devoted to sex, and everything else seemed to revolve around it. Each day was punctuated by sex. Sex was what defined the weekend. It started almost immediately when Ryan arrived around 6 on Friday, parking the Trans Am in the driveway on Mulholland and carrying a duffel bag over his shoulder as he walked toward the house. I remembered how strange it always seemed to look at Ryan Vaughn, not in his Buckley uniform. It was how I was used to seeing him. But also on that Friday, it was even stranger to see him finally reduced by desire and nervousness and trying to hide it. And I could feel something strained between us as I walked him into the house, which he had only been to twice before, the last time in August when we had sex on my bed before my mother came home. And I was nervous too. You could hear the nervousness in our voices and the distant ways we were dealing with each other. He put the duffel bag down and petted Shingy, who was leaping around Ryan, the dog wagging its tail frantically, uselessly excited by Ryan's presence. And it seemed that Ryan was grateful to have this distraction for a moment while he figured out where this was all going, and then said he wanted to go for a swim. This was the prelude to sex, I realized, the removal of clothes, the cleansing of the body. I was already in a bathing suit and a T-shirt, and I walked out with him as he kicked off his topsiders and pulled the polo shirt over his head, and then unzipped his jeans and pulled them off, leaving the white jockey shorts on. He gracefully dove into the pool and quickly swam its length, smiling at me as just his head sliced across the water until he turned around and glided across the pool with another lap. I was now sitting in the jacuzzi watching him, hoping the warm water would calm me because I was too keyed up, too horny to relax, and I realized one of us was going to have to actually make that first suggestion so we could move past this almost intolerable state of expectation. And I had my doubts that Ryan was going to do it. I got up out of the jacuzzi and told Ryan I was going to take a shower. He silently swam to the edge of the pool, resting his arms on the tiled coping, and nodded, just grinning blankly. "Okay, I'll be there in a minute," he said. I was having trouble controlling my breathing as I walked across the lawn to the deck that led to the back of my room, where I opened the door and stepped in and just stood still for a moment, staring at the bed and the light gray comforter stretched tight over the queen-size frame. When I came out of the shower, Ryan was in the doorway, pulling off his wet jockey shorts, and I walked up to him, a towel wrapped around my waist, and our mouths locked together in a sudden, hungry kiss, and I dropped my towel. He pulled back, trying not to trip over the wet jockey shorts that had become entangled around an ankle, and when he finally kicked it off, he stood there briefly in all his naked glory, tall and casually muscled, not bulky but lean, almost completely hairless except for the tufts coming from his armpits, and the light blonde hairs on his forearms, and the bush where his pink cock was sticking straight up, almost parallel, with the abdominal muscles that ran up his taut, hard stomach. I reached for his cock, and he reached for mine. The sex wasn't based on anything except an overwhelming need. And that's why it was so intense that weekend. It just had to happen. There was a physical logic to it. It wasn't about dreams of friendship or love or romance. It was, in fact, methodical. And we were prepared. We knew this wasn't some kind of fantasy. Beach towels were laid across my bed so we wouldn't stain the sheets with baby oil. This was the first time I showed Ryan how to use an enema. We took turns fucking each other with a small vibrator I'd bought at the sex shop on Ventura Boulevard before we carefully guided our own cocks into each other. The one time Ryan and I had been together had been exciting but rushed, and on that Friday in September we took our time. This may not have been what either one of us had ever wanted, to have sex with guys. But this is where we had ended up. It simply came down to the fact that we were two 17-year-olds who needed to get off. And whatever else might have surrounded that notion wasn't connected directly to the sex. Sex was in that moment the meaning of our relationship. The surprise for me was not how horny we were, but how badly we wanted to give each other pleasure. Unlike with Matt, sex with Ryan was an unexpectedly sensual experience. He was curious and relaxed, and the sex played out longer because we wanted it to. There was no need to hurry and get it over with because we had all weekend. There was no time limit, and there was nothing but the sex. There was no domestic situation playing itself out, no guilty conversations about what we were doing. Neither one of us inhabited a particular role. No one was racked with anxiety about what we were doing. No one was only passive. No one was only dominant. I fucked Ryan the same amount of times he penetrated and fucked me. And often we switched off, took turns fucking each other in the same session until both of us were aching to ejaculate and couldn't hold it in any longer. And I was amazed, looking down on his muscled, tan back, flexing with a sheen of sweat, while he was on all fours, his pale ass spread open, allowing my cock to slide in and out of him, while he muttered obscenities, urging me on, that Matt Kellner didn't exist anymore. Ryan had erased him. But no one else existed either, though that wasn't exactly true. Robert Mallory existed, I noted darkly. He was somewhere out there watching us, I imagined. And though Ryan knew about Matt Kellner, and I knew that there had been a number of beat-off sessions with a younger male cousin, and that he had let a hunky camp counselor blow him when Ryan was 16, and that there had even been someone in Michigan last August, I didn't ask further about that. Neither one of us particularly cared or seemed jealous about these other instances, these other experiences we'd had. I had only been with Matt, but Ryan had never fooled around with anyone at Buckley, and we realized that weekend neither of us identified as gay or wanted to. And it wasn't about wanting to stay in a closet. We just didn't want to be associated with the more visible aspects of gay life because I suppose we didn't see ourselves mirrored in it. Ryan was more of an athlete than only a gay dude, and I was more of a writer than simply homosexual. And we both adamantly resisted the notion, ridiculed it in fact, that we were supposed to define ourselves through this one trait we carried, whether the world at large did or didn't. It seemed unthinkable then that this desire to label yourself as only that would become commonplace. Ryan played Bob Seger's Against the Wind that weekend and Bruce Springsteen's The River, and we watched Flash Gordon on the Z Channel making sexy jokes about Sam Jones, who we both thought was and wasn't hot. We went back and forth. We couldn't tell. Something about the hair, a debate about his costume. We lived in the bed and in the pool and in the living room that weekend, just the two of us. And I ignored calls from Tom, from Susan, from my mother, who was somewhere in Greece. Debbie called, and we only talked briefly. She threatened to come over after I told her I wasn't feeling well and that I'd see her Monday morning at Buckley, but this only worried her. You're not feeling well? Do you know what's wrong? Are you okay? I assured Debbie that everything was fine, but that I wanted to go back to sleep, and finally got her to hang up. And then realized something, and I remembered I pulled my mom's Jaguar out of the garage and backed it onto the driveway and let Ryan park his Trans Am in her space instead and closed the garage door in case Debbie came by unannounced. That was a good idea, Ryan said, pulling me into the hallway and kissing me deeply as I became instantly erect. We stumbled towards the bedroom. Later we were soaking in the jacuzzi, slightly buzzed from the Coronas we just drank. We were about to make dinner, but languid from the sex, and where we just stared at each other, only Ryan's head and shoulders above the bubbling water, his blonde hair wet and darkened and slicked back. It was night now, and Ryan murmured he was getting hungry when I asked him something genuinely curious as to how he would answer. What do you think of Robert Mallory? The new guy? Ryan asked. He's a good-looking guy. Why? I hated the way he said this, as if it wasn't something he had to think about or process. It was apparently so obvious that this response came out of his mouth automatically. I breathed in. Yeah, I guess. He noticed something was off when I said that. What? Is something wrong? He tipped his head back until he was floating in the jacuzzi, one of his feet brushing against my chest. He kept a toe pressed against a nipple, smiling as if he was proud of himself. Ryan's confidence was a turn-on, animal and masculine. No, nothing. Yeah, he's pretty good-looking, I said quickly, and then, after a prolonged beat, where I grabbed his calf and held it in both hands, said, I think Tom is maybe getting too close to him. I wasn't sure if this was exactly true, but I was haunted by the way Tom and Robert laid next to each other on the carpet below the Duran Duran video in the space on Melrose. And I just threw this out there to see how Ryan would react. Too close? Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow, pulling his leg away. What does that mean? I paused, looked up at the night sky, and then back to Ryan. No, nothing. Tom likes everybody, Brett, Ryan said quietly. Tom would become friends with a head of lettuce, if he could, an ice cream cone, a taco. I smiled at Ryan, letting him know that I knew this too about Tom, and yet I couldn't let it go. Yeah, but I think there's something wrong with him, I murmured. Ryan was losing the thread of the conversation I had begun. He asked, somewhat confused, "Who, Tom?" "No, Robert," I said. "I think there's something wrong with him." He looked at me concerned. Like what? He floated off the bench he'd been sitting on and started to step through the water toward me. I realized I couldn't tell him what I knew about the developmental center in Jacksonville that Robert had been a patient at because of the promise I'd made to Susan. In the silence that ensued, I drifted off. "I'd do him," Ryan said, nearing me. The light in the jacuzzi was off, but the adjacent pool was glowing aqua blue and illuminated his features. And with his hair slicked back, the details of his almost perfectly symmetrical face were more pronounced, and I even noticed for the first time a very light span of freckles that dotted his nose and cheekbones. And though I hated that he said this about Robert, I was so relaxed and so dazed by the sex we'd had. The calmness I felt mitigated the flare of emotion I suddenly experienced when Ryan said that, and I had to agree with him about Robert Mallory. "Yeah, me too," I said. "I'd do him too." Ryan was directly in front of me, on his knees, staring into my eyes as I felt a hand on my dick, and then he said in a low voice, thick with lust, "What would you do to him?" He was so close to me our lips touched, and I could feel the tip of his erection as it pressed against my thigh. "Tell me," he said, "what would you do to him first?" There was another moment near the end of the weekend when things slightly veered off course, and this was early Sunday night. Ryan had been watching football games all day in the living room and drinking Coronas since around 2 o'clock. And I kept wandering in and out, working on my book in the bedroom, going over homework I was late with, joining him for an occasional pool break. We already had sex when we woke up. And at one point, Debbie called, wanting to know how I was feeling and if she needed to come over. Maybe she could bring me something. Chili from Chasen's, double rainbow ice cream. And I spoke to her in the kitchen mid-morning in front of Ryan, who was eating a bagel with smoked salmon while reading the sports section of the Sunday LA Times, and who said nothing when I had to say, "Love you too," and then hung the phone up. Ryan simply accepted that Debbie Schaefer was something that I was going to pursue, and took another bite of the bagel and turned a page, but not before glancing over at me with a grin and raised eyebrows. I shrugged. "It's okay," he said. "I get it." But when Debbie called again later while we were in the living room and I didn't pick up, she left a long message on the answering machine, and I watched as Ryan seemed to tense up, slightly writhing, raising the volume on the TV, holding the remote with his arm pointing straight at the screen, while Debbie droned on, and he shook his head when she finally hung up, but didn't say anything. When she called a third time, around 6 that night, Ryan was still slumped in the armchair in front of the TV, a number of empty Corona bottles on the floor next to him, and he howled, "Jesus Christ, what does she fucking want?" He looked over to see where I was. "What is she expecting from you?" I was in the kitchen looking to see what I could put out for dinner. She just wants to know how I am," I said, shrugging. "Your imaginary illness?" Ryan asked, rolling his eyes. "She just wants to know if you're recovering from your imaginary illness." He made a noise. "Smart girl. Can't you take a hint?" "She doesn't know it's not real," I muttered, pulling a bowl lined with saran wrap out of the refrigerator, inspecting it. Penne with mozzarella and tomatoes, Rosa's bland specialty. "She's a spoiled fucking mess," Ryan said quietly, staring at the TV. Halftime somewhere was starting. A commercial appeared. "She's not a mess," I said, finally moving toward him and standing by the armchair. "She really isn't. She just cares about me." "They're all just spoiled fucking rotten," Ryan said quietly, and then lightly exasperated. "Jesus, Brett, come on." This was the first time there was any tension and opposition to what we'd shared during those days, and I suppose I could have let it go and moved back into the kitchen and continued pulling the pre-made dishes Rosa had left for that weekend, but instead I just stood there and finally asked, "Who is they?" He paused, made a face, turned to look up at me. "Really?" "Yeah," I said. "Who is they?" He looked back to the television. Well, Debbie Schaefer, your girlfriend for one, with her fucking horse and her beyond entitled attitude. Tony Matthews, Jeff Taylor. What are you doing, I asked. Dominic Thompson, traipsing around fucking Europe all summer. Tracy Goldman. What about Tom? I interrupted him. A pause. Of course he is, Ryan said quietly. He's probably the worst. The worst what? I asked, and then, how can you say that about Tom? Ryan waved a hand at me. I realized he was drunk. They're all spoiled, and they do whatever they want, and there are no consequences for any of them. Consequences about what? I asked, straining. Being a disgusting rich kid, he said, staring at the TV, now using the remote to move across channels. Kyle Coulson, Susan Reynolds, Doug Firth, clueless. And that fucking new kid, Robert, with his fucking Porsche 911. Who gets their kid a Porsche 911? What about Matt Kellner? I ventured. Ryan just shrugged at the name, didn't say anything. You're hardly poor, Ryan, I said finally. You certainly pass pretty easily among this group. Oh, thanks a lot, he muttered. You can't possibly care about this, I said. Come on, you're joking. You don't really care. And then, I thought you liked Tom. I like Tom Wright, Ryan said patiently, but Tom Wright is also really a wuss. A wussy little rich boy who doesn't have a clue. Tom Wright thinks you're one of his best friends. Ryan didn't move. I had been staring at the TV, and when I looked down at him from where I was standing, I could see that his face was tense with spite. Tom Wright is clueless, Brett. He doesn't know anything about anything except his stupid little world. I think Tom knows more than that, I said. I think Tom knows about pain. How? Everything is given to him. How do any of our so-called classmates, Brett, know about pain when everything is given to them? He paused. They're all spoiled fucking robots, protected in their mansions and given everything they want. Tom's parents divorced Ryan. Oh, yeah, Daddy had to move to New York and get a better job to keep little Tommy and his mom all gussied up in Beverly Hills. Tom is a nice guy, Ryan, and he's a friend of ours. I didn't say he wasn't a nice guy. He suddenly sat up, alarmed that this was my takeaway. I said he was a disgusting little rich kid, but I didn't say he wasn't a nice guy. You're drunk, I said. You sound crazy. Maybe, he said, shrugging. Maybe I'm totally crazy. Why do you have so much contempt for Tom or for Susan? I stopped. What about me? You're different, he shrugged again. But y'all just protect each other. Protect each other, I asked. From what? Reality. Ryan said this in a purposefully spooky voice, making it echo away from him as if he spoke it in a vast and empty cave. I didn't push it further because there didn't seem to be any point. Ryan was mildly drunk, and something about the message that Debbie Schaefer had left annoyed him, which led to this quiet tirade about our classmates. That was all. Ryan may have lived in Northridge, which admittedly wasn't as desirable as Beverly Hills, and his father might not have been a famous movie producer or a studio executive or a wealthy real estate developer. And unlike just about all of his classmates, Ryan usually held down a summer job. But I always thought of him as one of us. And he had something that very few students at Buckley possessed. In fact, only 3 or 4. And that was a pronounced physical beauty. Whatever else eluded Ryan that he may have longed for, this one tangible and hard fact about him remained. He was beautiful. And I doubt Ryan would have traded that for Debbie Schaefer's mansion in Bel Air, or Michael Rosenblum's yacht, or Robert Mallory's Porsche. I just blamed his weird petulance on 7 Coronas, since I'd never seen Ryan drink alcohol before, and I believed that this was what stoked his quiet outrage, and I let it go. Maybe he was a lightweight. I had never really heard a hint of this class consciousness in any of the conversations that we'd had last spring or over the summer, but maybe I thought he actually had shared this with me, and I just hadn't noticed, too lost in his beauty to fully hear him and grasp who Ryan really was, besides just this body, this form. Before another football game started, Ryan stumbled up and collected the empty beer bottles on the floor next to the armchair and carefully walked into the kitchen, and after placing the bottles by the sink, pressed himself against me where I was standing by the island and wrapped his arms around my chest, lightly grinding against my ass. He murmured an apology as his lips grazed my ear, and then he turned me around and dropped to his knees. This was the 6th time we'd had sex that weekend, and the last, it turned out. We fell asleep together, but he knew that the housekeeper was going to be here at 8 the next morning and made me set my alarm. When it went off at 7 o'clock, I bolted awake and turned over, but he was already gone. The empty side of the bed was the first hint that maybe Ryan Vaughn wouldn't be taking this as seriously as I was. He hadn't woken me when he left. He hadn't said goodbye. He hadn't kissed me. The second hint was the flash of sadness and panic I felt when I realized I doubt I touched Ryan in quite the same way he touched me. In so many ways, 40 years later and creeping into the autumn of my life, those first weeks of September seem quaint now compared to what ultimately happened. Even innocent, no matter how dramatic my feelings actually were at the time when looking back in retrospect. I might have thought I was numbed, but my feelings were actually adolescent and outsized and all-encompassing. My guilt over Debbie Schaefer and the ambition her father located in me, the intensity of the lust I felt for Ryan Vaughn, the despairing rejection from Matt Kellner, and the drama that Tom and Susan always somehow managed to stir within me, and that I always tamped down, even as I'd become resentful of it since I loved both of them. And that love was painful, because I would never have either one of them. And at 17, this widening chasm, my desires versus reality, was tied to an increasingly disturbing resentment, as well as that particular numbness experienced by the not always tangible participant. This was what made up the landscape I wandered through in the early fall of 1981. Yet it all started to pale and fade for me the week Julie Selwyn's body was found. I first saw this announced in the Los Angeles Times on Tuesday, and then later that week I watched a press conference given by the LAPD where they revealed that there was a connection between Julie Selwyn and 2 other girls who had disappeared in the last year and a half. Catherine Latchford, abducted in June of 1980, and whose body was discovered 2 months later, and Sarah Johnson, abducted in January of 1981, and whose remains were discovered in early March, confirming that a serial killer had been operating in the San Fernando Valley since the previous summer when the first girl disappeared. I barely remembered Catherine Latchford, but we would end up sharing a connection in a way I could have never imagined that week in September. The girls were linked not only by their youth, being 17, but also by the similar wreckage that had been inflicted upon them, and that was never specified in the first wave of articles. And confirming this as well were the phone calls and letters from the self-proclaimed monster made and sent to the Los Angeles Times, which said he and his friends were responsible for the murders and that they were planning more. If Catherine Latchford was found in a dumpster that was being emptied in the back of a gas station near Redlands, and Sarah Johnson's body had been found in a drain pipe at a construction site on the outskirts of Simi Valley, then Julie Selwyn's mummified remains presented in a much more public place, discovered on a tennis court at the Shadow Ranch Park in Woodland Hills by 2 high school guys who went to Taft and wanted to play a few sets early that morning, suggested that the trawler was getting increasingly comfortable with what he was doing, and that perhaps he wanted to make a more immediate impression. The boys from Taft thought that what they were approaching on the green asphalt was a mannequin, someone's idea of a perverse joke, until they smelled the faint rancidness and noticed the clouds of gnats swarming over the desiccated body propped up against the net, splayed out. There was the skull with the full head of hair and the empty sockets where the eyes had been gouged out, and newspapers had been stapled to her body, concealing the mutilations, what one witness later called the alterations inflicted upon Julie Selwyn. These alterations were not known until a year later when a series of articles about the trawler, now under the guise of a different name, were published in the Times, filling in most of the gaps and answering questions that people kept wondering about, though it didn't go into a full and complete description and remained somewhat vague because the details about the alterations were too obscene and upsetting for what was deemed a family newspaper. The week that Julie Selman's body was found, the LAPD confirmed that they received 2 phone calls from the suspect or suspects. The groaning drawl of the suspect's fake voice, the voice that admitted it had committed the crimes and would commit more, it promised, was confirmed in the articles the following year. And the nickname that was briefly connected to the suspect was twice cited as a joke in the redacted file from the Hollywood division of the LAPD, the Trawler. Later in the Times, there was a photo of a letter scrawled in childlike handwriting from the suspect, the obscenities deleted in black, admitting that he and his friends had abducted Julie Selman when she was walking to her car, leaving a party on a hillside street in Encino. What wasn't shown was the letter detailing what the Trawler had done to her, something only he would have known, confirming his guilt, and what the 2 boys from Taft hadn't been able to see beneath the newspapers stapled to what was left of the girl's body. The only thing that had been leaked, and this was never verified that first year, sounded so outlandish as to have been made up, an urban myth, something akin to the quarts of semen that were supposedly pumped out of Rod Stewart's stomach, and even more ghastly. The fish from Catherine Latchford's aquarium that had been missing a week before she was abducted, and after a poster for the Madness record, One Step Beyond, had been left at the doorstep of her parents' house off Coldwater Canyon in Studio City, were found stuffed into her vagina, which was glued shut with a liberal amount of rubber cement. The questions on that week in September had become numerous. Where were their bodies kept during those 2 months between abduction and discovery? How were they being preserved to the degree that they were? What was the actual cause of death? The Los Angeles Times also confirmed that the home invasions that began plaguing the city during the summer of 1980, the early winter of 1981, and resumed once again in the late spring of that year were definitely connected to the murders, since it was confirmed all 3 victims in the weeks leading up to their disappearance had complained of the silent phone calls, the rearranged furniture in their bedrooms, mysterious gifts left for them. In Sarah Johnson's case, a poster for the Public Image Limited double LP 2nd edition. And in Julie Selman's case, a promotional poster for the Cure record 3 Imaginary Boys, and most ominously, the number of disappeared pets from the surrounding neighborhoods. I became mildly freaked out that week, even though there was an element about the announcement of the Trawler, a confirmation of evil that made everything vibrate softly with melodrama. And I almost became excited in the atmosphere that this was playing out, heightened, lightly dangerous, somewhat sexualized. There was an initial narrative that I was creating against the backdrop of these sickening crimes that felt like being in a movie, especially when I played Fleetwood Mac's I'm So Afraid in the empty house on Mulholland High on Valium, wandering along the veranda, imagining someone was watching me, accompanied by Lindsey Buckingham's wailing guitar solo echoing out over the cliffside. But it couldn't sustain itself. And soon I was buying weed from Jeff Taylor in order to fall asleep more easily, numbing myself from the fear that would otherwise descend in the moments after I got into bed and turned off the lights, imagining sounds everywhere, the Trawler breaking in. Because it was your turn now, the ski mask above me would say in that awful drawling voice. And then I was both surprised and disturbed that the discovery of Julie Selman and her connection to the 2 other murdered girls wasn't much talked about or given the weight that I thought it deserved at Buckley. It seemed to me that people weren't paying attention. Maybe people knew that Julie Selman had been found, and maybe there were others who had heard about the connections between her and Catherine Latchford and Sarah Johnson. But Susan and Debbie weren't as interested as I was, and this left me somewhat disappointed. When I'd asked them about what I called the case, or what they thought about the Trawler, at first they didn't know what I was talking about, both of them preoccupied with other matters, and they deflected my interest by moving on to the planning of Susan's party, or a band Debbie wanted to check out downtown, or what was the mysterious Robert Mallory up to, but only if Tom wasn't there, I noticed. And on that Wednesday or Thursday, both of them kept wondering if I'd fully recovered from the weekend, where I told Debbie I wasn't feeling well enough to hang out with her. Days I had spent mostly naked with Ryan Vaughn. I deflected their deflections. Debbie and Susan and I were sitting beneath the pavilion during lunch. Tom was at another table crowded with members of the Griffins football team, including Ryan, and I hated that he wasn't glancing over here just a table away, at least halfway acknowledging me. And Debbie was busy concentrating on a late assignment, her pen quickly scanning across a sheet of college-ruled paper while she checked the textbook open in front of her. And Susan was turning pages in the new Rolling Stone with Jim Morrison on the cover. "He's hot, he's sexy, and he's dead" was the headline. And even though he died over a decade ago, the Doors had been rediscovered by us, and we all owned their greatest hits. And the soundtrack that summer and fall were dotted with "Light My Fire" and "Break On Through" and "L.A. Woman." And I actually preferred the band to just about any others in 1981 and wished I'd been around to see them live at the Hollywood Bowl or the Greek. I remember that day I noticed Robert Mallory in the distance walking into the courtyard plaza, my eyes trailing him until he sat next to Matt Kellner, who was wearing a Walkman, sunning himself as usual, and noticing a presence, opened his eyes and simply nodded at Robert, who sat down, rummaging through a white and black checked lunch bag, and brought out a sandwich. Matt, looking paler, almost gaunt, just leaned back against the wall and then slipped on his Ray-Bans, which suggested, without saying anything, "I don't want to be bothered." I was perusing that morning's issue of the Los Angeles Times and mentioned again Julie Selwyn. And then this thing that suddenly appeared, who was taking responsibility for the home invasions and the missing pets, besides the 3 murders. And the girls just didn't react in the ways I'd expected them to. "Yeah," they both murmured, looking over at the photos in the paper. "She was a pretty girl," Susan said, both of them confirming that they knew who Julie Selwyn was. And yet, Debbie went back to her homework, and Susan's eyes darted back to that article about Jim Morrison in Rolling Stone, something else more interesting occupying her mind in that moment. When I again mentioned the trawler, they didn't know what I was talking about. They knew about the body found on the tennis court, but they didn't go further into the story or acknowledge that who had killed Julie Selwyn had also committed 2 other murders. I felt as if I was floating above everybody, the only one of us who cared about these crimes, and my eyes kept being drawn to Robert Mallory, innocently sitting beneath the sunshine on a warm September afternoon, concentrating on his lunch. And I wondered why he hadn't joined us, why he wasn't sitting with Debbie and Susan and I at the center table beneath the pavilion. It was as if there was a presence here that he didn't want to disturb, and I lightly thought it was Susan. I almost called him over. Matt Kellner wouldn't have cared, but realized that I didn't want him sitting with us because there was something wrong with him, no matter how handsome he was, and I had a terrible premonition that Susan Reynolds was falling in love with him. But maybe in Southern California, we were burned out by the number of serial killers roaming the landscape throughout the 1970s and into the 80s, crisscrossing each other on the freeways and through the canyons and boulevards, hunting for victims, hitchhiking at the beaches and waiting at bus stops, hanging out at gas station diners up the coast, and stumbling drunk out of bars from Glendale to Oceanside, Westminster to Redding, Cathedral City to Long Beach, strewing mutilated corpses, extravagantly tortured, in dumps and sand dunes and forests and along Highway 395. A time before video surveillance and cell phones and DNA profiling, when serial killers were allowed to be cavalier and bountiful. The number of murders committed by just one or a duo could hit 20 or 30, 50 or 60 during that particular decade. Maybe the trawler just didn't seem threatening enough yet with only 3 confirmed kills. And maybe everyone around me just felt so young and invincible, and that's why the initial news of the trawler's victims failed to ignite the conversation that I thought it deserved. There seemed to be what I first believed a certain level of burnout, but it really just didn't interest anyone yet. Not even after the press conference or that weekend where the new ghoulish details emerged in a long piece in the Los Angeles Times. That week, Susan kept busily planning her party, the one for the senior class, and now she decided to add the junior class as well, at her parents' in Beverly Hills. And as only Susan and Debbie and Tom and I knew, was really being thrown for Robert Mallory, welcoming him here, even though he had spent a semester in a mental institution outside of Jacksonville for reasons no one knew yet, and had, I believed, desecrated the statue of the Griffin. And this idea of Susan, of all people, throwing a party, a celebration for this unstable liar, was beginning to annoy and then ultimately disturb me. That week, Debbie was becoming concerned with Spirit, her horse, and an equestrian charity event that she got herself involved with, and it was distracting her. This was Terry Schaefer's idea, and she was going to be spending more time at the Wendover stables training for it, and not just Sunday afternoons, but weekday afternoons as well. And I hoped none of this was connected to me. That whatever Terry's plan was for Debbie about this charity event only happened to coincide with his new interest in me and wasn't part of a plan. That none of this was connected. To maintain a kind of frazzled innocence, I did whatever Debbie said and accompanied her to wherever she wanted to go. At Buckley, she was all over me, ruffling my hair into place and straightening my tie and leaning in to lightly kiss my lips. At the mid-morning assembly, where she had the largest audience watching us, and always holding my hand as I walked to class or up to lunch at the tables below the pavilion, and where we'd sit with Susan and Tom, and occasionally joined by others, usually members of the football team, a few times Ryan, but mostly not. That week, I could feel that things had changed between myself and Ryan. We created a hardcore history in just 2 days, where there was nothing about each other we hadn't felt or seen or tasted. And yet something about the weekend we spent together also seemed to make him shyer, less emboldened than I thought he'd become. I never thought Ryan was going to metamorphose into a brash, uncaring punk because of what we'd experienced, what I thought was the breakthrough. But I was surprised at how subdued and evasive he became on campus, as if he was paranoid someone was watching us, studying our interactions, finding clues in the ways we looked at each other. And a knowing glance in the hallway by our lockers became instead a fixed smile that turned into blankness. There seemed to be a new anxiety about even looking at me because this would give something away to whoever was watching us, our secret stalker. Or maybe Ryan was being, in his own words, practical and pragmatic, and making sure the movie we were in streamed forward smoothly, and that his evasion was simply for Debbie's benefit, and therefore mine. And on that level, I suppose, I was grateful. And yet, that week he eagerly came over to the house in Mulholland after school, and even with Rosa preparing food in the kitchen, he felt no trepidation to walk with me to my room, where we locked the door, shut the thin gray Venetian blinds, stripped fully naked, and then fucked quickly, with both of us coming within minutes, my mouth pressed against his mouth, muffling the sounds he made while his body strained at orgasm. The sex that sometimes occurred that week replaced us hanging together during lunch at Buckley, and Ryan rarely joined me anymore, preferring to sit with Dominic and Doug and Kyle, while I sat with Tom and Susan and Debbie and sometimes Jeff Taylor and Tracy Goldman, where Jeff would watch as Tom and I played backgammon while the girls planned Susan's party with Tracy. There were always new details, new setbacks, endless tiny dramas about nothing. When I asked Ryan what he thought of the discovery of Julie Selwyn and the announcement of the trawler, he looked at me blankly and muttered that he didn't know who that was. Our eyes caught after he answered, and in that moment, lust flashed in the space between us. And he breathed in and just nodded, and I did the same, almost involuntarily. He muttered, "I want to come over again." And as I placed 2 textbooks into the locker, I muttered back, "Yeah, I want to taste your cock." And he was briefly jolted and then quietly asked, "Yeah? You want me to fuck you again?" And I couldn't speak. Just nodded, busying myself with something in my locker. And then he drifted away to another class without saying anything else. My face was red, and I had to control my breathing. But that week, moments like these were never enough of a distraction to completely forget the trawler and the home invasions and the murders. And somewhere, whether I could actually see him or not, Robert Mallory's presence seemed to envelop everything. And it became a distraction, keeping him out of my head, pretending he didn't exist, or that my classmates, my best friends, were becoming seduced by someone I believed was dangerously ill. That week, I also hadn't noticed Matt Kellner's absence. There was something happening, I noticed, to Susan Reynolds during that week in the fall of 1981. Another beauty began to announce itself. Something was glowing within her, it seemed, a new radiance, and you couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was emanating from. She just seemed more beautiful as she passed through 17. There was an effortless, even uncaring confidence about her movements that was riveting. She wasn't reactive or surprised or disturbed by things. It was as if she was just gliding calmly through our world, vaguely stoned, and this gave her an even more pronounced sexual aura. She had done something to her hair, I couldn't tell what, and I hadn't asked, but it was slightly shorter, and the makeup she wore might have been slightly more pronounced around the eyes, her lips, but still subtle. She almost never wore the Buckley blazer. Most girls and a lot of the guys didn't once classes began, because it was too warm to wear year-round, and instead kept them hung in their lockers. But it was actually required of everybody during the mid-morning assembly, where the Pledge of Allegiance and the school prayer were intoned. And that's where I noticed that Susan, below the Buckley blazer, was wearing a variation of the white blouse that was part of the girls' uniform. And hers was gauzier and more stylish than her classmates. And now, with 2 or 3 buttons left open, unlike just the usual top one, you could clearly see the cleavage of her breasts, which I realized she wanted us to. But this wasn't for Tom Wright's benefit. This was something Susan was doing, I realized, somewhat fearfully, for someone else. And though it wasn't proven yet, I sensed it was for Robert Mallory, as was the higher hem of the gray skirt, which she was now wearing upper thigh, like Debbie Schaefer. When this hit me one afternoon that week, while I was talking to Susan beneath the bell tower in front of the library, I momentarily zoned out and missed whatever she'd been saying to me, staring at the tops of her breasts, and then forced myself to pay attention and nod thoughtfully, agreeing with whatever she had just proposed. But she stopped, looked at me quizzically, and asked, "Really? What did I just say?" I didn't want her to know that I had lost the conversation at least a minute ago, but when I made eye contact and looked at her blankly, she just sighed. She knew. "Oh, Brett," she said, "what are we going to do with you?" "What are we going to do with me?" I asked, shrugging. "You have any ideas?" "You okay from last weekend?" she asked. "What happened to you?" It was just a flu," I said. "A bug. It was nothing." You disappeared," Susan said. "I was in my bedroom the whole time." "Why didn't you want Debbie to come over?" Susan asked. Bring you stuff, take care of you." A flash of annoyance woke me up because I sensed that Susan knew something that she wasn't admitting to me. This inquiry felt like a tease, as if she knew I was hiding something, as if I was hiding Ryan Vaughn, who I had spent that weekend with. Mild anxiety lightly danced around my chest while I stared at her, and then I shook my head, shrugging, playing a part. There was no need," I said. Debbie didn't need to bother. I didn't want her to waste her time." I then added, "I was fine." "I hardly think she would have seen it as a waste of time," Susan said, "considering that you're her boyfriend, right?" I stared at her, wondering what she was doing. The right that punctuated that sentence created a negative dimension, made it seem as if Susan knew I really wasn't Debbie's boyfriend. It was a challenge. I thought about helping her speed along to wherever she wanted to go with this conversation, but realized there were too many pitfalls, and I didn't want either one of us to trip into them. "Yeah, I just wasn't feeling it," I said casually, looking past her and over the parking lot. I spotted Robert's black Porsche as if my eyes were inadvertently drawn to it. It stood out darkly gleaming in the sun. I also noticed that Matt Kellner's red Datsun wasn't in its usual space. "Well, she was feeling it," Susan said. "Coming to see you. I mean, did you consider that?" She paused. "How hard would it have been to let her come over on Saturday or Sunday?" I stayed silent and just stared at Susan. She was staring back at me with those blank green eyes, the lashes very lightly mascaraed, waiting for me to say something. And I suddenly felt a hopelessness that could never be fixed. It seemed so vast, there was no reason to even try. I breathed in, just staring at her, and she kept her gaze fixed back on mine, patiently, waiting for an answer. Where was the tangible participant, the willing boyfriend I had decided to become for the rest of the year? Where was the actor going along with the pantomime? But I managed it effortlessly. I breathed in and grinned, even though I now saw this conversation as some kind of confrontation, and said breezily, I didn't want her to catch what I had, so I was, in fact, the caring boyfriend, Susan. What were your symptoms? Susan asked, seemingly concerned. What was wrong? Why? I said, flinching. I had a headache. I was nauseous. I thought I was coming down with something. A long pause followed, and it was filled with so many things unspoken. How had we arrived at a point when everything we wanted to say to each other was now floating in the pauses that dominated the conversation? Anyway, I'm glad you're feeling better, Susan said. Tom and I were worried when you weren't picking up the phone over the weekend. I mean, I know Tom doesn't really like to talk on the phone, but you and I usually talk. Yeah, I know, but I got your messages, so I said, and then left it at that. I had nowhere else to go. Why didn't you pick up, she asked, when I called, or when Tom called? Susan, I said. I came out as a warning, which is maybe what she wanted. It was kind of a strange weekend, she was saying. Everyone seemed gone. Yeah, I asked. I started walking with her into the parking lot. What do you mean? Well, Jeff had gone out to Malibu with Tracy. Robert was in Palm Springs with his aunt. And Tom couldn't locate where Ryan was. Tony and Kyle weren't around either. Susan paused as we neared her car. Ryan's dad said that he was going to spend the weekend with a friend, but he didn't know who it was. Do you have any idea? Robert was in Palm Springs with his aunt. Why would Susan know this? Why would she place Robert in this list of our absent friends? Why would she reveal this to me so casually? But she had asked me about Ryan and where I thought he might have been, and I had to answer her. Why didn't you ask Ryan? I said. Why would I know? I thought you guys had become friends, she said. Well, I certainly don't know where he was, I said. I mean, I don't know where Ryan was this past weekend. She paused, and this silent beat meant she was processing what I had just told her. A lie. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay, Brett. Susan, I started, my eyes closed. Let's just drop it, okay? Drop what? She asked, seemingly innocent. I have my own life, I said. If I want to spend the weekend alone, working on my book, or just hanging out by myself, I really, really hope that's okay with you, and I don't have to answer to anyone as to why I want to be alone. I stopped, and then blurted out, maybe I wasn't even sick. Maybe I was feeling fucking fantastic and just wanted to be alone. Is that okay with everyone? Or did I do something bad? I jutted out my lower lip like a child who had been chastised and talked in a baby voice. I was a bad boy, Susan. Did I do something bad? No. I heard this in the same soft, unwavering voice. If she was perturbed, it didn't register with me. Not at all, Brett. Whatever I did this past weekend has nothing to do with Debbie, I said. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, she muttered jokingly, walking in front of me to her white BMW. Hey, I said, reaching out to turn her around. She pulled her shoulder away from my grasp and put her books on the roof of the car before facing me. I was about to say something when she reached up and pressed a finger against my lips. We both knew it was a dramatic gesture, something out of a bad movie, but it always amused us, and we both smiled at our awareness of this. You don't need to say anything, she said. I'm fine, Brett, with whatever you want to do. I was just curious, but you don't need to say anything. Her cool finger pressed against my lips disarmed me totally, and any anxiety I was feeling or the anger that was forming around me lifted away in seconds, and I exhaled as she lowered her hand, removing the finger. Her expression was a strange mix of jaded indifference with an activating intelligence that was controlling the numbness and the blankness that Susan was trafficking in, and that was making her so alluring. The distance she put between her and everyone else was, as I said, riveting. Compared to the girls who screeched and clutched each other with delight or surprise in the walkways beneath the eaves next to the walls of lockers, Susan was an anomaly. Cool, sexual, no longer girlish but not quite an adult yet, held in that exquisite space between. I had no idea where this regality came from or what prompted it, but it gave Susan Reynolds a kind of glamour that no other girl at Buckley shared. I was spellbound. I don't have anything to say, I finally said. Maybe that makes me guilty. Do we have secrets? She asked. We never used to, or so I thought, maybe one or two. But do we have secrets now? Your secret is safe with me. I remember Susan told me this in Westwood last spring, and I never asked her what she meant exactly, and then I automatically thought of Robert Mallory and Susan's supposed feelings for him, something I had admittedly only heard about from Debbie Schaefer and no one else. There was nothing to base it on except for what Debbie told me when she was floating in the jacuzzi 2 weekends ago, hinting to me that Susan liked him. And though it had embarrassed me that Robert had told Susan and Tom I'd been following him along Ventura Boulevard on the afternoon of the first day of school, I actually never saw Susan and Robert together those initial weeks in September. So there was no proof that this was in fact a real thing, that they were friends. Sometimes I had to calm myself down whenever I thought I was creating this narrative in my head and the light paranoia Robert Mallory inspired to swirl around me. You hear things that aren't really there. That was what a writer did. Why are you throwing a party for Robert Mallory? I asked in a small voice. Oh, stop it, she muttered. Really? Is that part of a secret, Susan? I asked. She opened the driver's side door and slid into the BMW, and again I noticed how short her skirt had become before she closed the door, and I fell back into that anxious state tied to her supposed feelings about Robert, which, for me, was totally confirmed by the party that she was so meticulously planning for him. And then she looked at me after she unrolled the window and simply said before she started the BMW, "It's only one more year, Brett." I just stared at her blankly. We're only here for one more year. She drove off, and again, I looked over to where Matt Kellner usually parked his red Datsun and wondered, only briefly, why it wasn't there. On Friday of that week, I ended up talking to Robert Mallory. He approached me, otherwise this would have never happened, meaning I would have never started a conversation with him willingly. It was the first time we spoke since I saw him at the Space on Melrose, where he casually told me what he wanted to do with Susan Reynolds. This took place during phys ed, which was third period that year for the senior class in the hour just before lunch, and it was the only class of the day the entire 12th grade shared, but with the boys and the girls separated. On that day, the guys from the senior class were on Verdon Field, while the girls were in the pavilion, either swimming or playing volleyball or maybe listening to records and just hanging out. Phys ed senior year was a casual affair, and participation was only irregularly enforced compared to the lower grades, where it was a more structured class and participation was mandatory. You were on teams, and you played actual games during that hour, and you worked up enough sweat so that you usually had to shower afterward. Senior year, you were, however, left alone to do whatever you wanted. You could work out with weights. You could play tennis. If a group of guys wanted to put together a soccer scrimmage or a touch football game, then whoever wanted to join could do so. And some of the guys that year just sunned themselves in the massive stand of bleachers, which overlooked a giant rectangular grass field bordered by an oval dirt track, and beyond that a baseball diamond complete with 2 dugouts, the San Fernando Valley, smog-baked and endless, spread out below us. There was still a dress code for phys ed. You couldn't wear whatever you wanted, and so we put on a simple uniform made up of red shorts and a white t-shirt with the Buckley Griffin on its chest, as Coach Holtz or Coach McCabe, both resolutely heterosexual, though that didn't stop me from fantasizing about them, usually monitored everything from the sidelines, hanging out beneath the goalposts that towered above the soccer nets at the ends of the green field, a whistle around their necks, holding clipboards, a few guys talking with them about the football games that aired over the weekend. Above us, forested hillsides surrounded the field, with the occasional expensive home located within them, leading all the way up to Mulholland. And the only movement were cars, silently driving along Beverly Glen, which curved through the landscape overlooking the school. To get to Verdon Field, named after Gerald Verdon, who co-founded the school with Isabel Buckley, you could either take an elevator that would let you up to the coach's makeshift offices, or walk the steep hill that led you from the science buildings at the edge of campus and up to the field, which was what most of us did. That week in September, I played tennis with Tom once or twice on one of the 2 courts across from the football field, but most of those days I just jogged along the dirt track, sometimes energized, sometimes listlessly, weaving in and out of lanes until I worked up a sweat, and then either read a book or magazine, laying in the stands and where I'd watch Ryan or Tom or Jeff throwing a football around or maneuvering a soccer ball across the field, while I sat above everything, occasionally rereading Joan Didion essays from a paperback I clutched in my lap. On that particular day, when I talked to Robert Mallory, I was situated near the top of the bleachers after running a few laps, my shirt off, laying on one of the tiered rows of benches that looked out over the field. There were exactly 40 of them sloping upward toward the announcer's booth. And I was mostly distracted by Ryan Vaughn, who was wearing a Griffins tee ripped into a half shirt and tossing a football to Tom, who was just in his red shorts, shirtless. Doug Firth and Kyle Colson were lazily jogging along the track, and Anthony Matthews was goofing off with Scott Kerslake, ducking each other on the baseball diamond where the American flag hung from a tall silver pole. Tom Petty was playing from a boombox that sat next to one of the goalposts, and Here Comes My Girl sounded echoey and far away from where I sat, marveling at Tom Wright's athleticism as he leapt and threw a football with balletic grace to Ryan, who ran backward, catching it, and then throwing it back at Tom, who caught it while still in motion. Ryan had mentioned coming by after school earlier that day, and my body tightened with excitement when I thought about him naked in my bedroom, and I watched intently as he placed his hands on his knees, panting, and then looked around the field until his eyes reached the top of the bleachers where he spotted me, and then turned abruptly away when someone called his name. No smile, no wave, the new distance he imposed upon us in public clearly obvious to me, and I felt a soft pang mixed with arousal, along with images of his stiff penis, wet and jutting upward. I realized that I didn't see Matt Kellner on the field that day, and also that I hadn't noticed him at assembly either. I glanced over the tennis courts, then back to the baseball diamond, then over to the elevator doors by the coach's office to confirm that he definitely wasn't there. How many days had he now been absent, I wondered. It turned out to be 4. I noticed that Tusk was now playing from the boombox, and it made me think of Terry Schaefer and his resemblance to Lindsey Buckingham, and I smiled to myself as I watched Dominic Thompson mock marching to the song with John Yates and David O'Shea, wondering when Terry or Stephen Reinhardt was going to call me to set up another meeting about the screenplay Terry wanted me to write, and I shivered with the anticipation of it. When I refocused back on the field after reading a few pages from Slouching Towards Bethlehem, I saw that Robert Mallory was conferring with Tom and Ryan, the 3 of them standing in the middle of the field, hands on their hips, occasionally nodding to one another. Tom always smiling widely, beaming, so innocent, so beautiful, and Ryan just staring at Robert. And I remember the things he whispered that he wanted to do to him in the jacuzzi on that Sunday night, his erection pressing against mine as we shared our sexual fantasies about the new boy. There was a part of me that wanted to embarrass Ryan and suddenly stand up and wave my arms and yell out his name and then point to Robert while one hand mimicked someone giving head, my tongue pressing against my cheek to resemble a cock in my mouth. Remember what you wanted to do to him? But of course, this didn't happen. And I was reminded, sitting at the top of the stands, overlooking the figures on the field, of both my alienation as well as a kind of fleeting superiority. I really wasn't connected to my classmates anymore. I was drifting away from everything, and there was nothing I could do except force myself to fake it. And I thought momentarily that this was justified, the only game to play. And if Ryan Vaughn could pretend and act out this interminable pantomime, then it gave me hope about myself, even with what I thought were my increasingly limited capacities to handle this. I tensed up when I realized Robert was walking away from Ryan and Tom and crossing the field, heading toward the stands. Behind him, Kyle Colson kicked a soccer ball into the net, raising his arms in a mock cheer. And then Robert was confidently heading toward me, and up the steps. His red shorts, I thought, provocatively hiked up, accentuating his bulge, and he was squinting as if he couldn't see me while he climbed the stairs, swinging his arms uncaringly. Coming from the distant boombox, Pete Townsend was now singing, "Let My Love Open the Door," I remember, and because of where I was at 17, I realized I hadn't seen Robert naked yet in the locker room, and I badly wanted to, despite the mild revulsion he inspired. But his locker was on the other side of the divide, and this was probably the reason my mind was floating. He just nodded as he stood on the bleacher below me, looking out to where the valley came up against the San Gabriel Mountains, and he stretched, taking the view in. I could now smell him. That particular scent of sandalwood and cedar and ash wafted over me and acted as a narcotic. The Griffin tee was tight and accentuated his tan biceps, and I could make out the rippled abs and chest beneath it, and my eyes casually traced the muscled thighs, very lightly lined with brown hair, and I averted my gaze when I caught the whiteness of his underwear beneath the red shorts as he sat down. "Nice up here," he said. "Quiet. No one around." He paused, scanning the field and the small figures scattered about on the vast green lawn. I played it cool and didn't say anything. I suddenly felt very self-conscious in his presence and was going to put my t-shirt back on, but worried that this would start a conversation that I didn't want to have. "Hey, you don't have to be shy around me, Brett. You don't have to be shy around me, buddy." My nipples had stiffened as if a cool breeze had suddenly drifted over the stands, even though it hadn't, and I realized I put down the Joan Didion paperback I'd been holding and was now leaning forward as if concealing something. Robert always managed to put me in an apprehensive mood. "What are you doing up here?" he asked innocently. "All alone." "Plotting my next move," I said flatly. At first he seemed shocked that I said this, and then looked briefly confused, as if I had insulted him. I never wanted him to think anything negative about me, or that I had purposefully avoided him that week, or that I thought there was anything strange or even dangerous about him. I actually wanted him to be calm, and realized I'd been rather careless with that particular greeting. And yet I was surprised that he assumed it was connected to him, plotting my next move. For me, sometimes Robert was around, sometimes Robert wasn't, and that was fine. I hadn't gotten up and left the lunch table when he sat down with us, for example, and I never looked away when we made eye contact as we passed each other at the lockers, on the walkways, under the eaves, where we always managed to smile. He was also in 2 of my classes, Senior English, European History, even though he sat in the front and I sat in the back in both, and where we never seemed to acknowledge each other. The only times he truly alarmed me was when I saw him talking with Matt Kellner at the mid-morning assembly, or eating lunch with him in the courtyard below the pavilion. Otherwise, I just tried to pretend that the Robert Mallory who had lied to me about being at the Village Theater a year ago, and the Robert Mallory that desecrated the statue, and the Robert Mallory who had spoken obscenely about Susan Reynolds, simply did not exist. He was part of the overall erasure that I was enacting, the eradication of my real self into the tangible participant who saw everything as normal. The fact that he was sitting in front of me and that it was just the 2 of us at the top of the bleachers overlooking Verdon Field, and I hadn't walked away, was, I hoped, proof that I accepted him. "I'm just hanging," I said, sitting up, correcting myself. I ran a couple laps, and then I'm not plotting anything." "I was wondering where you've been hiding," he said, stretching his legs out. "I haven't been hiding," I said, meeting his gaze. My answer came out as a challenge, and I hated that Robert always seemed to make me react this way. "Why would you say I've been hiding?" "Maybe you've been avoiding me," he said teasingly. Why would I be avoiding you?" I asked. "I don't know," he said, leaning back. "Maybe I said some things you didn't like." I paused. "Like what?" "Maybe I said something the other night at the Space," he said, stretching out. "That Space on Melrose." I decided to be honest. "Oh, that?" I asked without being specific. "I guess I'm, not used to people talking about my friends that way." "What way?" he asked with a genuine curiosity. "Oh, things you said about Susan," I muttered, gesturing. "All that sex crap." "Dude, really? You were offended?" He sat up and looked at me curiously. "I'm sorry you're so sensitive." And then, "I'm just a guy." He smiled, dimples. In a movie, I would have instantly desired him, but in the flesh, his supposed innocence was overwhelmingly menacing, because it was rehearsed and it didn't seem natural. This is what made everything so tense for me whenever he was around. I could see through the act, and it was maddening that no one else could. I was afraid of him. He scared me, and except for the desecration of the Griffin, I didn't know exactly why. Maybe because he had spent time in a developmental center outside of Jacksonville his junior year, or maybe not. What chilled me was no one knew what the reasons were. Maybe the reasons were quite innocent, but maybe they weren't. And yet, we had promised Susan that none of us would bring it up and ask him about it. We had to pretend we didn't know in order to protect Robert Mallory. Just another absurdity in the fake world of Buckley life that the tangible participant had to accept. And there's other stuff, I said, finally. Like what? Let's hear it, he said, amused, and then with slightly more concern. Wait, you're not mad at me, are you? Mad at you? I asked. No, why would I be mad at you? Well, you just walked away from me at the club. I'm not mad. I said this as gently as I possibly could. Well, what are you then? He asked, mimicking my gentleness. I'm not anything, I said, raising my voice slightly, looking away from him. Well, I think we should try and be friends, he said coolly. I mean, don't you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, everything's fine, I said. Yeah, we should try and be friends. I paused. I mean, there's no reason not to, right? He nodded. Good. There was a pause. He seemed satisfied. He stretched again and then lay back, letting the sun wash over him, bleaching his head and body in light. I could hear Bruce Springsteen's Hungry Heart now playing from the field. I didn't admit this to Robert, but I'd gotten pissed off and felt that I'd been trapped into a totally fake conversation and that he somehow had won a contest that he put into play by coming to the top of the bleachers and asking me why I'd been avoiding him, even if I hadn't been avoiding him. He had locked me into something that I didn't want to be a part of, starting a nonsensical conversation that put me on the defensive. I sat very still while I looked down at him, laid out in front of me like a teenage Greek god, and I couldn't help think that Robert knew he was taunting me, and in ways that were different from how he probably was taunting Tom Wright or Matt Kellner. Unlike them, I was already resenting the paranoia he inspired, and yet, probably unlike them as well, I also found him undeniably erotic, an unparalleled object of teen boy desire and lust, and I hated the fact that these two opposite feelings coexisted within me. I realized I was simply staring at him, silently, wondering what he looked like naked. He opened his eyes and stared at me, his head resting in the hands that were folded above his head, and said nothing. He just kept staring at me with a half smile. If it had been any other boy, I would have thought this was a come-on. Matt Kellner told me you were asking about me, asking questions, I said. Oh, yeah? Robert said, just gazing at me. Really? He asked softly. Why didn't you just ask me? I said, noticing that my voice was slightly tremulous. Don't talk to Matt, just talk to me. Robert continued to lay there, sunning himself, and a hand absent-mindedly reached under his T-shirt to scratch something, and I caught a glimpse of his hard-tanned stomach, the abs and the trace of hair leading up from the shorts to his navel, lightly pushed out, pronounced. His eyes were closed again, and he seemingly took what I said in stride. Really? Matt told you that? What was I asking? He didn't say, I said softly, but what did you want? What did you want to know about me? I think Matt's a little strange, Robert said, eyes still closed. If you ask me. I paused, staring at him. Strange is relative. What does that mean? He was smiling when he asked this, but curious, and yet his eyes were still closed. Well, probably people think I'm a bit strange. I paused, having no idea where I was going with this. And people probably think you're strange. I paused again. I don't know. Strange is relative. He shrugged, his eyes still closed. I'd lost him. Yeah, I guess, but I think Matt has crossed a line. He paused and then said, into utter weirdness. You don't know him, Robert. I inadvertently said his name, wanting to make a point. I immediately regretted it. Robert opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, squinting before sitting back up. But you do, right? He paused. You do know Matt Kellner. I shrugged. I didn't know what to say or how much to admit. You should talk to him, Robert said, and see what's wrong. I think he's depressed. He paused. I haven't seen him. He's been absent a couple of days. I think he smokes too much weed, I said carefully. I've never known Matt to be depressed exactly. But then you don't really know him, do you? Robert said. Right? Robert crossed his legs and then moved his hand into his shorts and adjusted his cock and balls so that he'd be more comfortable in that position. He said you guys had a falling out, he said quietly. If you guys had a falling out, you must have known each other. He trailed off suggestively. What would we have had a falling out about? I stared at the hand that had just touched his genitals and felt another quick flash of desire. He shrugged. You want to tell me? I don't know what he's talking about, I said quietly, and then, did he really say that to you? I paused. Did he really tell you that we had a falling out? Robert looked at me without saying anything until, I don't know, Brett, I just don't know. Robert said this, shaking his head, his gaze fixed up at me. What don't you know? I asked. If you're being real with me, he said softly. I feel no obligation to be real with you, Robert, whatever that means. I paused. What were you asking Matt? About me? I don't really remember, he said, staring. Maybe I just wanted to get a feel for everyone. You know, it's kind of hard being the new guy. Plus, I don't know if I made the best first impression with you. He paused. About the fact that you thought you saw me somewhere that I wasn't. Forget it, I murmured. That doesn't matter. I felt completely unmoored from everything in that moment. I'm just trying to be nice to you, Robert said softly, even though I heard you had problems with me. This was a conversation one had in a dream, I thought. Who did you hear this from? I asked in a mild, calm voice, but a light, glancing fear started swirling around me. I wanted to get up and end this conversation, and yet his presence, his physicality, kept me there, bolted to the bleachers. Well, he began hesitantly, Matt said that you told him something was wrong with me. He said this grinning. Would you like to tell me what that is? I froze. Matt also said that you told him he should probably stay away from me. Robert cocked his head, curious. Really? I just sat on the bleacher above him, momentarily paralyzed, until a distant anger started reanimating me, bringing me closer into the reality of the moment we were sharing. I also heard from Susan, Robert was saying, and from Tom. Heard what? I asked, keeping calm, but my fists were clenched. That I don't tell the truth, he said quietly, that I'm a liar. A rage I'd never felt before flared through me and left me speechless. I just stared at him, hoping I looked uncaring, as if none of this bothered me in the slightest, that I was too cool to give a shit about the pitiful mini-dramas of my classmates. But I was legitimately enraged at Susan, at Tom, at myself, and I felt ashamed sitting in front of Robert. They had talked about me to Robert. They had told him that I mistrusted him, and maybe Robert could sense this shame and anger as much as I tried to hide it, because for the first time since I'd met him, something in Robert Mallory softened, and he became vulnerable in ways that took me back to the moment we'd first met him below the pavilion at lunch, and where he shuffled up to the table we were all sitting at, clutching his schedule and a rumpled map of the school resembling a lost child. I mean, look, I don't know, he started gently. I guess I probably need to tell you things, but I can't just yet, he said. He left it there. It was my turn. You don't have to tell me anything, I said, barely breathing, trying to control myself. Okay, cool. That's cool, he said. And then there was a pause before he asked, but do you think I'm a liar because I said I wasn't in that movie theater? He paused again. The one you thought you saw me at? I snapped and looked up. Look, Robert, I said, wanting the conversation to end. I'm just so distracted this week. I mean, none of this really matters. I don't care about any of this bullshit. I'm just distracted by other things, okay? It's not you. What are you distracted by, he asked. By Matt? He paused. Do you know where he is? No, not by Matt, I said. Other things. I gestured vaguely. About what? He asked. And this was the gentlest I'd ever heard him. He was concerned and seemed to care about what was distracting me. The vulnerability was still emanating from him, and it didn't seem forced or rehearsed now. It seemed genuine. There was a real person sitting on the bleachers below me, waiting for me to explain myself, my worries, my fears, wanting me to open up about Matt Kellner and what I'd become distracted by this week, what haunted me. About that girl who was found in Woodland Hills, I said dreamily, suddenly lost. No one seems to care. There was a long silence while he processed this. But why should they? He finally asked. Did people know her? Do you know what I'm talking about? I asked, barely noticing him, transported back into another world. Julie Selwyn? Are you asking me something? He said. I don't understand. I froze again. The atmosphere somehow got instantly complicated in that moment, and it was as if a new person had suddenly possessed Robert, and all the traces of warmth and vulnerability that had manifested themselves seconds before were now gone, and replaced by the three faces behind the worrying eyes. There was the innocent face that was squinting up at me on the bleacher, trying to figure me out. And there was the face that was looking at everything as a master shot, wide-screened, where all the pieces were in play and visible, and he could figure out which path to navigate from this vantage point. And then there was the increasingly hostile face of the dangerously ill psychopath that had been hospitalized and was trying to contain himself and who didn't care about anything at all. This was the person who was suddenly staring up at me. And then Coach Holtz blew his whistle, indicating that the period was over and that it was time to hit the locker room and get changed for lunch. I was just asking you if you know what I'm talking about. I pulled on the t-shirt and then leaned down to pick up the paperback. That's all. Not really. His voice was strained. Do you want to tell me about it? His expression was slightly twisted. And for a moment, I wanted to tell him about Julie Selwyn and the trawler, my dreams about them. But it passed. And we were interrupted by Tom and Ryan calling out across the field, waving for us to come down from the top of the bleachers. And without saying anything, Robert simply followed me as I jogged the steps toward the edge of the dirt track, where the two of them were now standing. And as we neared them, I made a sudden run for Tom and tackled him, the two of us falling onto the grass bordering the track. After that, I didn't know what else to do with my rage. But when Ryan shouted out, "Hey!" and tried to pull me off Tom, he soon realized that Tom was wrestling me, and that Tom had taken control, and that Tom was laughing as he pinned me to the lawn. Tom thought I was horsing around, and that this was payback for him tackling me in the space on Melrose the other night. When a sweaty armpit became pressed against my face, covering my nose and mouth, with Tom steadying me, coiled in an embrace, and then his face was just an inch from mine, and I could feel his breath now, that's when I stopped struggling and tapped out and went limp. But I could tell from the look on Robert and Ryan's faces that Tom had misread my move. And another narrative started playing itself out on Verdant Field in that moment as we untangled ourselves. And this fake narrative was carried with us as we walked down the hill back to the locker room, where three of us pretended that something else had happened. During lunch, my desire to confront Susan and Tom, confiding in Robert Mallory what I'd said about him, was interrupted by the faint, lightly gnawing apprehension I experienced whenever I noticed Matt Kellner's absence that week, and was confirmed when we were all sitting at the center table beneath the pavilion, and Susan walked over about 15 minutes into lunch after a private meeting with Dr. Croft and Headmaster Waters just ended, looking confused in ways that were totally unlike the blank-faced, utterly unworried girl she'd been enacting. And for the first time, she seemed slightly perplexed when she told us that Matt Kellner was missing, or, quote, officially missing, unquote, were the words she used, as if there was any real difference. Simply missing sounded more ominous to me without the officially attached to it. I realized that this information supplied by Susan through Dr. Croft and Waters verified that I really hadn't seen Matt for the past week, and that the red Datsun not only hadn't been in its usual space in the senior parking lot, but this now confirmed the red Datsun hadn't been in the parking lot at all. I hadn't distractedly imagined any of this. The car definitely hadn't been there. Matt hadn't been to Buckley since last Friday. He was now officially missing, and this was going to be announced tomorrow at the mid-morning assembly. The minute Susan said this as she sat down, Debbie, Tom, Ryan, and Robert were sitting at the table with us, I thought I was going to be sick. I dropped the sandwich I'd been eating onto the paper bag Rosa had placed it in, and I just stared at it while trying not to turn away from everyone and restrain myself from stumbling up where I could quietly collapse in a stall in the boys' bathroom. But no one noticed I'd dropped the sandwich or gone ashen or that my body was suddenly rigid with tension. Everyone was looking at Susan, wondering what this meant. Matt Kellner was missing? Yeah, and even though I was automatically encased with dread when I heard this, the fear I initially felt also seemed too dramatic at first because no one knew what had happened yet. Matt might be playing hooky, lounging on a beach somewhere up the coast, taking in the last rays of summer, high and peaceful, crashing into waves and scoring weed. No one knew yet. It was a mystery still tinged with hope. I also realized I couldn't appear too concerned or overly alarmed, or so I felt, because that would open something up. It would give away a secret. And if I broke down into a panic attack because I was always assuming the worst, I never thought Matt was going to be found alive. It would be the beginning of a complicated narrative that would ultimately wreck everything that had been put into play and that I was trying to save. Maintaining boyfriend status with Debbie, having secret sex with Ryan, getting through senior year, carefully monitor Robert Mallory from a neutral perspective. I remember in that initial moment after Susan told us that Matt was missing, I automatically looked over at Robert, who somehow intuited I was going to do this, and glanced back at me, with a blank expression that lasted too long before looking back at Susan, who was telling us what she'd been told by Croft. The initial confusion creasing her features had reverted back to that casual and sullen beauty, now simply reciting the information to us, and yet I noticed that Susan kept inadvertently glancing over at me, her eyes softly worried, while talking about the few facts concerning Matt Kellner's disappearance that she knew, until I was glaring back at her, wishing that she stopped looking at me like that. And then it seemed she forced herself to quit, and like an actress, addressed a table that seemed relatively nonplussed, even unconcerned, about the disappearance of Matt Kellner. This is a difficult episode of the Shards for me, and I am not happy about reading it or remembering it, and I am not happy about recording this. And I told Adam that I wasn't going to be able to record this chapter of the Shards and record the Griffin Dunn episode on the same day. It was not going to happen. And that we'd have to break them up, even though this chapter of the Shards is roughly the same length as all the others, about 45 minutes, give or take. But I would not have been able to record both, and definitely not record this chapter of the Shards and then immediately concentrate on the Griffin Dunn interview that follows. So we actually recorded Griffin out on Tuesday, and we're recording this now on Thursday in the late afternoon here on North Doheny Drive. I wrote this section of the book, I think about 2 months ago, and it's about the week Matt Kellner was missing and what we heard had happened to him. And, it just, it just disturbs me. And it's the beginning of whatever starts happening, whatever, anyway. It's like most of the Shards, it is easy to remember, but hard to write. And in this particular case, because nothing was happening, we were just waiting. This is a chapter about waiting. I simply wrote down what happened the rest of that week after we first heard Matt was missing. That's it. And listening to the last podcast, I realized I got the timeline screwed up. If I am remembering correctly, Matt Kellner disappeared on probably Saturday the 19th of September and wasn't found until a week later on the 26th. And then the next thing I kind of remember is that Homecoming was on the 10th of October, I believe, and it wasn't canceled or even postponed because of what happened to Matt. And in the last installment of the Shards, I got the days mixed up. That conversation I had with Robert Mallory on the bleachers looking over Verdon Field wasn't on a Friday. It was on a Wednesday because that was the day we first heard about Matt. And so this chapter is really about what was racing through my mind on the subsequent Thursday and Friday, and then the reaction to what happened the following week, the aftermath, and that's it. So this is not a particularly violent or sexy chapter at all. There's maybe some disturbing imagery near the end, a sentence or two, I guess, but that's not why I really don't want to record this. It's just painful and dull to me. I have been over it in my mind so many times. I've lived with it for so many years. I can't forget it. It'll never leave my mind. And I also hate this. I hate this about this particular section of whatever I'm about to read. As I said, it's really a chapter about waiting to find out about something. and the realization that things just moved on. And then there was my quiet resentment. It's very interior, this chapter, just my thoughts and what I was thinking about. There aren't any scenes, really. It's just a description of those awful days of waiting. And then my quietly expanding, as I said, resentment toward my classmates, toward Buckley, toward how I hadn't realized how doomed Matt was, how messed up he supposedly had become, and how I began to realize the official narrative of Matt Kellner's death wasn't real. And it's frustrating. But here we are. As I said, it's a Thursday afternoon in February. Adam is recording this. Todd is somewhere in the living room, sorting through boxes of books, waiting to be signed by me. It's 63 degrees out, and I am sitting in front of my computer about to read the next installment of the book. You will have to forgive me if I read some of this haltingly or with a light frustration, the occasional sigh, a longer pause than usual. I'm just in no mood to do this right now. But if we want to stay on schedule, this is when we have to do it. And I want to finish telling the story. And this is part of it. It both frightens and depresses me that this is somewhat minor compared to other events that will end up happening and that I will have to face and deal with as we move toward the end of the Shards. But we are at this point, I think, about midway through, I hope. The book is beginning to disturb me and distress me, and sometimes I panic about it, what I'm going to be revealing to listeners. Adam tells me, just get over it, just move on. It was 40 years ago. But then he doesn't know what ultimately happened, and I do. In this episode, we are back at Buckley at the end of September in 1981. I remember during that week in the days after Matt Kellner vanished and his body was discovered, and into the following week, the aftermath, I kept flashing on a moment in a Joan Didion essay from The White Album, where she described the mood in Los Angeles after everyone heard about the Sharon Tate murders on that August morning in 1969, and I experienced a similar reaction. What I wished I didn't remember about Matt Kellner's death was that people may have been shocked, but no one seemed surprised or upset. Matt, officially missing now, seemed to confirm something about him that revealed the way people had really defined this particular classmate. Spacey stoner, boy on the fringes, the loner who barely seemed to exist in the world of Buckley, the dude who walked through the parking lot in a bathing suit, the guy who rarely took his Walkman off during lunch, the kid who always smelled faintly like weed. And I was finally confronted with a fact. And for a brief moment, it was so rude and loud and undeniable that someone who had moved me so powerfully, primarily on a sexual level, meant absolutely nothing to the group at large. On that day at lunch, when we first heard that Matt was officially missing, I heard someone ask, "What happened?" And I could already locate the faint traces of distraction and annoyance that underlined the inquiry, or so I imagined. It was noted in the attendance records that Matt Kellner hadn't been at Buckley for the past 3 days. When Dr. Cross' secretary called the Kellner residence in Encino and wanted to know when Matt was coming back to school. And Matt's parents, Ronald and Sheila, neither of whom I'd ever seen, let alone met, were unaware of Matt's absence. And I knew why. Matt was more autonomous than any of our classmates, the only one living by himself in a pool house with its own garage in the back of the massive property on Haskell Avenue. At this point in his adolescence, Matt was rarely watched over by his parents anymore. In fact, I never heard Matt mention either one of them and had no idea what his father did for a living. The reason that Ronald and Sheila Kellner didn't know that Matt hadn't been to school for 3 days was precisely because he'd often be completely out of their sight. And sometimes a week would pass without either of them glimpsing their son. What this dynamic suggested was perhaps a more extreme example of what many of us experienced as teenagers in the late 1970s and into the next decade where not engaging with your parents for days on end didn't seem particularly weird or abnormal. My parents, for example, were absent 2 months on a European cruise in the autumn of 1981 when I was 17, and neither of us had any issues or trepidation about this whatsoever. One of the reasons Matt Kellner was given such particular leeway was that his GPA was fine, his SAT scores were serviceable, and weren't going to get any better. He wasn't going to retake them, unlike me, who would be retaking them in late October, and he never got into any real trouble. At his most extreme, Matt was just an avid purchaser of marijuana who looked old enough to buy his own beer illegally, yet never got carded at any of the liquor stores he frequented along Ventura Boulevard. In fact, no Buckley kid had ever gotten into any real trouble during those years, and I could count on one hand the number of altercations between the boys in our class, starting from 7th grade onward. I couldn't even remember the last time two guys in our class got into an actual argument. This just didn't happen at Buckley. The atmosphere was too controlling to allow it. Everything was too constrained to let that happen. I may have been impressed that Matt never got busted for buying and smoking as much weed as he did, but then everyone's mild drug use was fairly under control in 1981, and there was no such thing as rehab, at least for teenagers like Debbie Schaefer or Jeff Taylor or Matt Kellner. It wasn't ubiquitous yet. In fact, I don't think any of us knew a single individual who was prescribed meds. Robert Mallory, we would find out later, was the first. There were also no DUIs, there were no overdoses, there were no suicide attempts, and of course there were no school shootings anywhere. All of this would come later. And Matt Kellner, despite the fact that he might have been numb with marijuana and was having a sexual relationship with me for over a year, was basically a good kid with decent grades, who kept to himself, living in some kind of underwater fantasy world. Stoned in the pool was where he resided in a marijuana haze. And that was all he ever needed. This was what gave Matt sustenance: the late afternoon sun, the scent of chlorine, the shade of the palms above the hammock he rested in, the specials singing Ghost Town coming from a pool house lined with surfboards, and an aquarium that stretched along a wall he'd zone out on while stroking Alex the cat. Ron and Sheila Kellner assumed that Matt's schedule was as routine that week as it had always been since he moved into the pool house in the middle of 10th grade, which coincided with when he got his driver's license. He would get up early. He would swim some laps. Sometimes one could hear reggae faintly coming from the pool house in that hour before Matt left for school. And then he'd pull the red Datsun out of his garage and head to Buckley. Matt would rarely come up to the main house to grab breakfast, even though the housekeeper always laid something out in case Matt did. But he usually preferred to stop by McDonald's to pick up something to eat before school, the one on Ventura Boulevard in Sherman Oaks. For Matt, school lasted until 3, since he wasn't involved in sports or any extracurricular activities, so he was often back at the pool house by 4 at the latest, where he lounged around, completing homework, watching the Z Channel, gazing at the lit aquarium with Alex the cat, while Matt took epic bong hits and tried to concentrate on Dickens or Vonnegut or whatever the week's reading was, and then soaking in the jacuzzi until the following morning. On weekends, he would sometimes drive to the beach alone, off and down the coast to Newport and beyond. And this is key. He always left a note on his desk in the pool house telling whoever came across it where he'd gone and when he'd be back. On some nights, Sheila Kellner would glimpse the guest house from the windows in the second-story master bedroom, and the only light would be coming from the aquarium or from candles Matt had lit that were lined against the darkened pool where Matt swam naked until he went to bed. But she rarely ever saw him, as if Matt was keeping himself purposely invisible to his parents. Sheila noted that she realized over that weekend there was no aqua glow emanating from the pool house since the aquarium had been drained. And she didn't see any candles or hear any sounds coming from the pool, and there were no lights turned on in the pool house. The jacuzzi hadn't been used either. At lunch, Susan told us that the Kellners began cooperating with the Los Angeles Police Department once it became apparent that no one had seen Matt for at least 3 days or knew where he was, and that's when he became officially missing. The last time Ron Kellner had seen his son was when he walked down to the pool house to ask if Matt had replaced the headlight on the 280ZX. And Matt told him he never drove it at night, so what was the hurry? He'd do it next week. Frustrated and seeing how stoned his son was while he complained about how much homework he had to complete, Ron took the Datsun to the Nissan dealership in Encino, where they quickly replaced the headlight, serviced the car, adjusted the suspension, and then washed it while Ron sat in the office with the owner of the dealership, who he knew. And because it was Ron Kellner, it took under an hour instead of leaving the car at the dealership overnight. Ron returned the car to the pool house garage, told Matt that the headlight had been replaced, and that if he wanted to keep the car, he needed to take better care of it, and Matt had muttered his thanks. It was confirmed that Matt had been at school the previous Friday, and the last person who had seen him at Buckley was Angelo, the head of security who had been directing traffic in the parking lot, and remembered seeing Matt drive past him and out the school gates at roughly 3:15. Matt was alone in the car and wearing sunglasses, and Angelo confirmed that there was nothing strange or unusual about the sighting. The Kellner's housekeeper saw Matt from the main house when he returned to Haskell Avenue that afternoon, and this was where a kind of timeline was beginning to get pieced together. No one saw him on Saturday or Sunday, again, which wasn't unusual, and that there wasn't anything off about Matt not showing up at Buckley on Monday morning. Maybe he wasn't feeling well. Maybe he felt like skipping a day. Maybe he slept in late and decided to hit the beach instead. But he had probably slipped away sometime that weekend, though no one was even vaguely certain of this because the Kellners never checked the separate garage where Matt kept his car, at least not until Wednesday morning when Dr. Croft's secretary called and asked them when Matt was returning to school, and Ron Kellner first noticed the red Datsun was missing. And Sheila Kellner realized she hadn't seen any lights in the guest house all weekend. And it was odd that the pool was never lit on Saturday or Sunday night. It was also odd that this time out, Matt hadn't left a note or any kind of message telling anyone that he was leaving or where he was going, or that he wouldn't be attending school for the next few days. It became easier to locate the timeline when Matt Kellner went missing because of the details Sheila supplied about the lights, even though she admitted that they didn't really know precisely if this absence was typical of their only child or not. They didn't know. It wasn't something that would have concerned or even worried them otherwise until they found out that Matt hadn't been to school in 3 days, and then the fear set in. When I noted the few times I hadn't seen Matt that week, I realized I always felt something bigger was missing than just a fellow student, because I had a connection to him that no one else had. And yet, admittedly, I'd been too preoccupied to fully notice his absence. And only one person I knew was aware of that particular connection I had with Matt, and that was Ryan Vaughn, who I'd confessed my relationship with Matt, but never went into explicit detail. Ryan wasn't particularly interested in Matt that way. Susan Reynolds had never fully admitted to me what she thought she knew about Matt, but I realized at lunch, as she kept glancing worriedly over at me, that she suspected something, and that she had always suspected something whenever she knowingly hinted that there was a secret aspect to my friendship with Matt, and was always making light jokes tinged with romance whenever I mentioned that I'd hung out with Matt yesterday afternoon, or I was going to Matt's house Tuesday, or Matt and I watched Airplane on the Z Channel the other night. And yet, nothing had been confirmed to make her think my friendship with Matt was anything other than a friendship. Lastly, and improbably, there was the new classmate, Robert Mallory, who never clarified to me what he knew or didn't know about Matt and myself, just teasingly supplied innuendo whenever the topic was brought up by him. And though I'd seen Matt and Robert on a number of occasions hanging out together, I never believed that Matt would have mentioned anything about us to Robert. As Matt said about me in the pool house on that Sunday afternoon, the last time we ever spoke, I didn't know the answers to his questions that Robert had been supposedly asking about me. Debbie Schaefer only assumed I bought weed from Matt, and that was it. And I don't think Tom Wright ever asked me about Matt Kellner once during the entire year I've been driving over to Haskell Avenue beginning in the summer of 1980. If Susan had never said anything to Tom about what she thought might be happening between Brett and Matt, then he wouldn't have had the faintest clue. This was just simply something Tom would never have noticed regardless or paid any attention to. Something like that wasn't part of the way Tom experienced the world. And though I'm sure Tom would have been cool finding this out about me, I also sensed that it would have altered the dimensions of our friendship, ruined it forever, and that he would have ultimately backed away and replayed the history of our closeness and assumed correctly that, of course, I had desired him as well. And I could see Tom abandoning me, not apologetically or bummed out, but just simply walking away, smiling broadly, beaming, shrugging while saying, "Later, dude." The thing that scared me the most about Matt's disappearance was that I knew it wasn't random, and that something had been leading up to the disappearance. There were specific details in a narrative that was being carried out by someone. And on that day Susan announced the disappearance at assembly, it started forming in my mind that Matt had become the fourth victim of the recently named trawler, the person who had been responsible for the home invasions and the abductions and 3 murders. From what I'd read in the Los Angeles Times, a similar pattern had been closing in on Matt. There were the anonymous and silent phone calls. There was the rearranged furniture within the residence. There were the fish that disappeared a week previous. There was the missing cat. We didn't know the significance of the music posters yet. But I kept forcing myself to calm down because Matt didn't fit the description of the other 3 victims, most noticeably that he was male. And so he really wasn't part of the pattern. So why should I be worried about that particular narrative? But my mind would always wander restlessly to the question, what if there wasn't a pattern? What if we assumed there was a pattern and there actually wasn't? That it was more random than what it all looked like. After all, the home invasions targeted both women and men. Both genders had been bound and assaulted, which hinted that the trawler never really adhered to a standard narrative in the first place when it came to his targets. And what if there had been other victims, adolescent, male, that no one knew about yet? And not just the 3 pretty teenage girls that occupied the media with their youth, their freshness, their smiles in the photos being flashed on the local news, now a stinging reminder of how doomed they all were. I also wondered in the initial days of the disappearance if Matt was just an unstable dude I never really knew, who fled down the coast for a week just because he didn't give a fuck, and would be back by next Monday, shake the paranoia that had been gripping him, take a break from that classmate who'd become obsessed, get out of Encino and head to Manhattan Beach, Newport, San Diego, wherever. That was what I'd been hoping for, and what I prayed about when I was combating the sheet of dread that no one else but me seemed to be wrapped in. The other thing that scared me, Matt Kellner's disappearance became a mild joke, with 1 or 2 classmates doing impersonations of Matt as a vacuous surfer that I smiled at but secretly thought were cruel. And I was afraid to admonish David O'Shea or Kyle Colson because of what they might figure out about me, about Matt, about the secret lives of their Buckley classmates. If I complained and told them to cut it out, leave Matt alone, it isn't funny. Why are you defending Matt Kellner? I could hear David ask me, squinting with confusion, but I couldn't imagine my answer. At the assembly the following morning, both Dr. Croft and Susan mentioned for the first time the disappearance of Matt Kellner and their separate addresses to the student body, and asked that if anybody had any information about Matt to please come to the administration office. And no one did. I noticed that Ryan glanced over at me in the packed courtyard, his blonde hair newly cut and brushed back, looking remarkably composed, even while he kept clenching his jaw, as if he was secretly worried about something. Or maybe he was just chewing gum, I hoped. I was turning everything into a drama and trying to pull back from doing so. And then afterwards, by the row of lockers the seniors shared, Ryan asked me in a low voice, "Do you know what happened?" He asked me this, of course, and in such a way because he was the only one who knew my history with Matt. I didn't say anything, just shook my head. Ryan stared, leaning against the locker. "Well, where do you think he is?" he asked. I grabbed a book and stared back at Ryan, keeping it together and trying to play everything casually, Ryan being the last person I wanted to notice how frightened I actually was. "I think he'll be okay," I said in a steady voice. "I think he went up to Santa Barbara or Ojai." Ryan nodded reluctantly and then asked me if Matt had ever done anything like this before, just split without telling anybody. I thought about the last year, the period between the summer of 1980 and this past Labor Day, and realized, no, Matt had never done anything like this before. This was, in fact, very unlike him. I didn't tell Ryan that, but simply said again, "I think he'll be okay." And he kept staring at me blankly, as if he was thinking something secret that he would never admit to me, until it seemed that he was finally somewhat satisfied by my hopeful answer, and said nothing about coming over to the house on Mulholland that afternoon, and walked off. This was a new exit Ryan was perfecting whenever he went his separate way. There was no longer a goodbye or "I'll see you later," or even the secret panicked expression, the "what's up" face that we once shared as a signifier of everything we thought was wrong with our classmates, the school, the world at large that we weren't a part of. Sex had changed the dynamic of our relationship, at least for him, and there was a new distance. But I was too worried about Matt to let it wound or distract me in that moment. Something was building within me, and I didn't know what to do with it. My mind kept flashing on the phone calls Matt accused me of, the empty aquarium, the missing cat, Matt's furious paranoia. What kept weighing me down with fright was that I knew that something had been happening to Matt that caused him to disappear. I believed that there were forces beyond Matt's control that aided in his disappearance, and they had been circling him weeks before he was officially missing. There was no other angle for me to look at what happened to Matt Kellner. He had been targeted, and these forces entered into his life, and before it was too late to figure any of this out, they had simply taken him. The nights after I heard of Matt's disappearance and before the body was found, I smoked the weed I bought from Jeff Taylor to get me to sleep, but it was too strong. And the first night caused me to vividly dream that someone was taking pictures of myself and Matt having sex in the pool house, and then this person showed the pictures to me, but I couldn't see who it was. Only a gloved hand was visible in the dream, and I had no idea what the person wanted, but I was trying to please them by nodding and saying, "Oh yeah, I get it." But I didn't know what the point of the photos were or why this person had taken them, and Matt would be wandering somewhere in the background of the dream, always happy, still alive. What made the fear that caused the need for the marijuana so maddening was that there was no one to talk with about the fear, or to tell my dreams to, or to talk about Matt. My own girlfriend, who I'd committed myself to, was under the innocent assumption that Matt had only been my weed dealer, and hadn't asked me anything else about him since she answered the phone on that Sunday in my bedroom when he called while I was passed out. When Susan did ask me about Matt after the assembly, where she announced that Matt had disappeared, and purposefully not in front of any of our friends, I just brushed her off. I hated the way she asked me if I knew anything, and when was the last time I saw him, and how close were we really? I hated everything this intimated. My anger about Robert Mallory and that Susan and Tom talked to him about me had vanished. But I just felt vaguely sick with dread that sometimes the marijuana and Valium helped eliminate. All I told Susan was that Matt had been freaking out about something, and I didn't know what. But you guys were close, right? Susan asked, insisting. Didn't you hang out all the time? Didn't you spend weekends with him? Weren't you guys good friends? Didn't he tell you what he was freaking out about? I realized while we were standing beneath the eaves, about to walk into a classroom together, that we were talking about something that she was presupposing. That I knew Matt Kellner better than I had ever revealed, and that this constituted an intimate relationship Susan was now acknowledging, and that she was certain about, and that I was now confirming by answering her. I don't think Susan was necessarily intimating that Matt and I were having actual sex. I had never admitted it to her. She had never flat out asked. But she would joke teasingly about our friendship, and maybe I confirmed something for her by going along with it, never denying the jokes. In fact, making another joke to link with hers. But in the scope of things, none of that mattered. It all seemed small, because another day passed, and Matt Kellner didn't appear at Buckley. And I somehow knew that something awful had happened to him. And even worse, I thought that if it was at the hands of the trawler, it might be months before his body was found. And then we heard a backpack was discovered down the coast in a parking lot in Crystal Cove State Park, above a bluff overlooking the ocean. And it had a name and address tied to it and a small ID tag that proved it belonged to Matthew Kellner. The only reason the bag was brought to the attention of the Orange County Police was that there was blood all over it, and the name checked with the missing person report that Ron and Sheila Kellner had filed with the Los Angeles Police Department. This was what Susan was told by Dr. Croft, who warned her that this information was considered too upsetting to reveal to the school at large, especially the younger students in 7th and 8th grades. And so Susan just reiterated at the mid-morning assembly Matt Kellner was still missing, and if anyone had information to please come to the administration offices, adding that anything offered would be kept completely confidential, whatever that meant. I looked around the courtyard after Susan walked away from the microphone at the top of the stairs beneath the pavilion and saw the bewildered faces of hundreds of students who knew absolutely nothing about the so-called case and had zero information because none of them knew Matt, the person who was missing. There was only one person who knew Matt Kellner at Buckley, and that was me, or so I thought. And I was never going to talk to anyone about anything because, first of all, most importantly, I didn't have any answers. But I was also in the grip of something else that was stopping me from coming forward. How could I talk about Matt without getting caught into a line of questioning that revealed the source of our relationship? How could I possibly not get tripped up into admitting everything? How confidential would this information remain before it got leaked and the rumors about Matt and me started blooming? There were moments when I imagined I could walk into the administration office and control the answers to the questions I'd be asked, but I also knew that there was no way the questioning wouldn't lead to the sexual nature of our friendship. It was an inevitability that I didn't want to face. Plus, as I said, I had no real info about the disappearance anyway, only my fearful dreams and fantasies, my writer's intuition and sense of drama, the things I heard that weren't there. And I'd calm myself with the fact that no one really knew anything yet, and that Matt could totally be fine, laying on a towel somewhere, glistening with suntan oil, lounging in the September heat, stoned, listening to madness on his Walkman. But the blood-stained backpack found in the parking lot of that beach in Orange County was sufficiently ominous enough to ramp up the fear level. It simply seemed like the prelude to death.
even if no one was admitting this yet. And after Susan confided in us that she had just learned this detail that morning, questions were asked by our group, for which there were no answers. What was he doing in Crystal Cove State Park? Did Matt inflict a wound upon himself? Was that why the backpack was stained with blood? How much blood was on the backpack? What was in the backpack? Did anyone see if Matt was with someone? Why had the backpack been left in a parking lot? Where was his car? But the questions were just perfunctory, a kind of mimicry I thought the group felt they had to perform. And there was no real urgency or concern behind any of the questions tossed at Susan, not from Tom or Debbie or Jeff or Tracy. And since she didn't have the answers to any of them, the questioning drifted away. I noted uselessly that Robert never asked a single question about Matt, and neither did Ryan. I was the only one in a state of disbelief that no one seemed to really share. It might have been eerie that a student was missing, and freaky that the backpack had been found, and the missing kid got people mildly excited, if only for a moment. And then school life went on. Classes weren't canceled. The parking lot was filled with cars. We went up to Verdon Field for phys ed. One day that week I ate lunch at Dupar's in Studio City with Tom and Susan and Debbie. And Matt Kellner's name didn't come up once, as I tried not to be that zombie Debbie had accused me of enacting the week before. I maintained some surface semblance of pretending life was normal, but I was dying inside, and everything was a blur as I sat with Debbie, nestled into me, across the booth from Tom and Susan in the diner. Just two clean-cut couples, Buckley kids, ordering grilled cheese sandwiches and vanilla milkshakes. I tried to concentrate on my homework in the empty house on Mulholland, but I was relying too much on the weed I was buying from Jeff Taylor, and getting stoned was now laced with a new paranoia. It was sharper and more intense, and left me completely in shambles. And I just opted for Valium, so at least I could focus on the assigned reading and complete papers and sit at a desk in an air-conditioned classroom and fill out the answers in a pop quiz Mrs. Susskind surprised us with, and that I barely managed to pass. Ryan didn't come over that week, and I don't think I masturbated for 6 days. From the moment I heard Matt was missing to when the body was finally found, I didn't want to touch myself. And then it happened. Early Saturday morning, the gardener arrived at the Kellner's address on Haskell Avenue, having heard nothing about Matt's disappearance. The gardener walked the side path up from the street and unlatched the gate that led him to the backyard. There was a utility closet next to the pool house where trash bins and rakes and hedge clippers were stored, and there was a small window that looked into the garage of the pool house where the red Datsun was now parked, though the gardener wouldn't have noticed or seen the blood splattered across the passenger seat and the dashboard. The gardener dragged a trash can along the lawn passing the guest house when he stopped and smelled something. It was silent in the backyard, but there was the distinct whirring of insects coming from close by, and the gardener couldn't tell where the odor of rot was emanating from. And then he saw the body of a cat nailed to one of the wooden columns of the pool house. But he wasn't sure if it was the cat Sheila Kellner had told the gardener that had been missing, because this animal was decapitated. It was tied mid-column with a belt, and oversized nails had been driven into each paw, crucifying the animal, splaying it out. The cat was gutted, and a bundle of dark red and pink and white intestines hung from where it was eviscerated, gathered between the cat's legs, where a swarm of flies congregated. And then the gardener turned and saw something floating in the pool. It was a body. It was naked. It wasn't moving. The arms were stretched out in front of the body as if it was in mid-swim, and the legs were widened into a slight V, and the hair was waving in the blue-lit water, which was lightly rusted with blood. The build, the color of hair, the height, the gardener recognized it exactly as Matt. He had seen him enough times over the years to know exactly who this was. And then the gardener noticed a small object sitting at the edge of the shallow end, where the steps took you into the water. And that was the head of the missing cat. The cat that was now nailed to the column. Its eyes gouged out, its ears sliced off, and its tongue was pulled so far from its mouth that it laid obscenely across the concrete that led to the tile surrounding the pool. The head had been placed in the center of the coping so that it was directly in line with the corpse suspended in the water. The pool was very still. The boy in the water was frozen in place. The only noise were the sound of flies. The gardener started running up toward the main house, away from the body in the pool and the mutilated carcass of the cat. This was at 9 o'clock Saturday morning, a week after Matt had probably disappeared. The Los Angeles Police Department called the school by the time mid-morning assembly started on Monday, and Dr. Croft addressed the student body after the Pledge of Allegiance and intoned that there had been an unfortunate event. Matt Kellner, the missing student, had died over the weekend, and everyone's prayers should be sent to his family. Matt's death was referred to as an accident. The student had drowned accidentally in the pool. Matt had slipped. Matt had hit his head on the pool's ledge and then drowned. This was the official version on that Monday, and Croft did not remind everyone that Matt Kellner had been missing for a week before this happened, or that a blood-stained backpack belonging to him had been found in a parking lot an hour outside of L.A., or that he had been blinded on hallucinogens and in some kind of psychotic state killed and mutilated his cat. These details were never uttered publicly, and we would find out about them later. On that Monday, they were making it simple, open and shut, not too disturbing. Matt disappeared, drove around the coast for 7 days, and then returned to the house on Haskell Avenue in the middle of the night and tripped into the pool and accidentally drowned. This was the clean version. This was the story that was being pushed for now, and there was no reason for anybody not to accept it. On that morning, no one knew Croft was going to announce this. None of us had heard anything about Matt's death until that moment. So the surprise of it eradicated any kind of reason to be suspicious. Not even Susan Reynolds, as student body president, had been briefed beforehand. I was too stunned to feel anything except relief that it didn't seem to be connected to the trawler. For me, the tension broke that day because of this. It was as if everything momentarily dissolved. All the worry, all the fear. Matt was gone, as I knew he would be. The inevitability of it was preordained. The suspense was over. Hopefully he was at peace. I was expecting a dark and violent outcome, and though I was still shocked by the news, I didn't cry out. I didn't collapse. I stayed remarkably calm. I simply gasped quietly and held a hand to my mouth and felt nothing except for a mounting confusion that immediately began to build itself. Because I didn't believe in the surface narrative of this particular story. It just didn't add up into anything plausible concerning what I knew about Matt. The cause of death itself, accidentally drowning while high, might have been plausible, but I didn't believe the narrative being sold by Dr. Croft and Headmaster Waters, which also included an anti-drug angle, which they relayed to the student body that morning. There had been drug paraphernalia scattered all over Matt's desk in the pool house, a large bag of marijuana, a canister half filled with Quaaludes, and what happened to be a square of paper lined with tabs of acid. The narrative became that Matt had left Encino and drove around the coast for 7 days, probably quote-unquote procuring illegal substances, and then came back and gotten high and accidentally drowned in his own pool, a casualty of drugs. We didn't know anything except these details then. I would find out about the cat and the contents of the aquarium later. And everyone believed these details. But I knew that Matt wasn't into Quaaludes. He wasn't into opiates, uppers or downers, Valium, any pills, and I never heard him talk about acid or LSD or mushrooms or any kind of hallucinogen. After assembly, I skipped phys ed, along with most of the senior class, and instead drove back to the house on Mulholland, maybe a 10-minute drive, and sat in a chase in the backyard, completely numb. I didn't want to see anyone at lunch, and I didn't want to be asked any questions by Susan or be comforted by her, and I didn't want to be anywhere near the person Matt had become closest to in the days before his death, Robert Mallory. In the days after the accident, the rumors shifted to suicide pretty quickly in the revolving rumor mill concerning Matt's death. But I believed this even less than I believed in the accidental drowning theory. There was no way that Matt killed himself. It was completely improbable that he had purposely ingested a variety of drugs, weed, ludes, acid, and then decided to drown himself during a psychotic break, no matter how frazzled he was when I last saw him. The story that I began to believe was that Matt had gotten scared. He realized that there was something wrong about the phone calls and the rearranged furniture and the missing cat, and left Los Angeles because he felt he was being targeted. His paranoia was full-blown. I had seen it, and I believed this was what caused him to leave Encino on that weekend without telling anyone, so no one could find him. He didn't leave a note because he didn't want to risk getting tracked. And he drove down the coast, and he probably paid cash for everything and slept in his car. It was certainly warm enough that September to do this comfortably, and that sounded like something Matt would do. There was, however, the mystery of the blood-stained backpack found in Crystal Cove, in addition to knowing that Matt never took opiates or hallucinogens, and there was my belief that the death wasn't accidental or a suicide, that someone else was involved with the death of Matt Kellner and helped cause it or actually staged it. There were large sections of the narrative missing about Matt Kellner's death, but some nights I think maybe logic or coherence didn't play a part in any of this. And that week I was haunted by what Terry Schaefer had said in Trump's when we'd had lunch. And when I asked him if something was weird, isn't everything? He had asked back, mocking me. In the end, it played out as something too banal, boring even. There was too much that didn't really track to fully engage people. There wasn't a real story, no drama, no mystery. And so Matt's death barely made the news. One item in the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner with a small headline, Encino Boy, 17, drowns in pool. And just a brief obituary in the Los Angeles Times, complete with Matt's junior yearbook photo appearing within the hundreds of other obituaries from that week spread out over 2 pages. 1964 to 1981, his face lost in a sea of old people. There was no funeral. There was no memorial service. Everything just happened so fast. Matt missing, the recovered backpack, the drowning, that the world stayed numb to me. But it was that particular numbness where there was still feeling. What also aided in this sustained numbness was that although the news at school had been greeted with shock, it then turned into nothing. Nobody knew him, and people moved on. And for a day or two, it reminded me that no one seemed to know that I had been Matt's main acquaintance, and no one asked me anything. I was never called into Dr. Croft or Headmaster Waters' offices for questioning. Susan was the only one who registered something that bordered on the legitimately upset. And then a day later, surprisingly, so was Tom Wright. And I realized that Susan had told him something. This was confirmed when Tom said to me in the senior parking lot that morning, "Man, I didn't know you guys were close." And then it was confirmed for Debbie as well, who suddenly kept wanting to make sure that I was okay. I was then placed in the awkward position of pretending not to have known Matt that well at all, so everyone would leave me the fuck alone. And I had to reiterate to Susan and Tom and Debbie that I was fine, that everything was already okay, even though I could barely stand to be around anybody. I hadn't known Matt Kellner that well. We hadn't been close. Robert Mallory seemed to avoid me completely the week after Matt died. A student death, which had never happened at Buckley while any of us had been there, should have been an occasion, or at least a bigger moment than Matt Kellner's death actually became. And maybe because it wasn't an occasion, I processed and accepted it far more easily than I ever could have imagined once I first heard, because no one seemed to care. There may have been the surprise of it, but because it was Matt Kellner, it just didn't carry the weight it would have if someone more popular had died. If it had been Tom Wright, I believe the campus would have shut down for 2 days so everyone could grieve and recover. Or even Jeff Taylor would have merited some kind of memorial. But Matt had disappeared into himself and become so invisible over the past few years that it didn't seem like such a big deal that he died. He was a stoner. He went missing. He drowned. He was a weirdo. I ended up being more shocked than saddened by the way this played out, and I never cried. I had already cried over Matt Kellner and everything that was lost when I drove away from the house on Haskell Avenue that hung over a Sunday afternoon. The death ended up striking the campus in a mild, even muted way because no one had known Matt. Even worse, Matt became a punchline, a joke. And walking through the hallways between classes, I could hear the occasional comment in those first days after Matt was found dead about the dangers of mixing marijuana in swimming pools with guys mimicking Cheech and Chong. And yet the person who became most activated about Matt's death was the one person I wished hadn't, and that was Debbie Schaefer, who didn't believe I was okay when I told her, in fact, I was. Matt had called the house on Mulholland and only briefly talked to Debbie on that Sunday, but she now created the deeper connection between Matt and myself after Susan, I guess, inadvertently told her that Matt and I were closer friends than she might have thought. And Debbie overblew it because she felt bad that she thought he'd only been my weed dealer, which is exactly what he was, I argued. Debbie became worried about me, and she didn't want to let me out of her sight. And she canceled a session she booked at the Windover Stables so she could follow me to the house on Mulholland, where she assumed I wanted to lose myself in sex with her because of the friend I had so tragically lost. Debbie thought I needed comforting because Matt was gone. And I didn't know what to do with her, so I went with it using the sexual imagery from my weekend with Ryan and the few days we spent fucking in my bedroom after school as a way to get me through sex with Debbie. But then I couldn't sustain this for more than a couple of afternoons. And soon I was using Matt's death as an excuse not to have sex with Debbie, reiterating that I was okay and that the charity event she'd been training for was so much more important since there was nothing anyone could do now. Matt was gone. The one person I wanted sex from was Ryan, but he seemed to be fading away from me, and after the announcement of Matt's death, stopped suggesting he should come over to the house on Mulholland. "You're not freaked out?" Ryan asked. I shook my head, but didn't know what else to do. "Well, I'm freaked out for you," Ryan said. Ryan hadn't known Matt, only whatever I had told him. But I realized increasingly that maybe I hadn't known Matt Kellner either. If it was true that he had a psychotic break, disappeared for a few days, and then returned only to accidentally or purposefully drown himself while on hallucinogens, then I really didn't know this person. I knew his body intimately. I'd memorized it. But if this narrative about his death was real, then I had to accept that he'd been a ghost the entire time. But the fact was, I didn't believe in the narrative. Someone else was involved with the death of Matt Kellner. And there became a point where I started to believe that Robert Mallory had something to do with it, that on some level he was involved.
Susan Reynolds postponed the party she was throwing for Robert Mallory until 2 weeks later. And she told me this as we sat in her car in the senior parking lot, where moments before we had shared what should have been a relatively normal scene leading up to getting in the BMW. We've been talking about Tom's upcoming trip back east to visit colleges, and how I hadn't even met with Mrs. Thompson, the school's college advisor, let alone planned to visit any colleges yet. Susan believed she was probably heading to her first choice, UCLA. In fact, it was inevitable. There was no way she wasn't going to get in. Yeah, the same with Tom, I said. This caused Susan to break out of the pose she had perfected and look over at me warily. We don't know if Tom's going to UCLA, she said. Why not? I asked, surprised. I just told you he's going to look at places back east, she said. I reminded her that it was early in the year, and the only reason Tom was going back east was because this was the one time that Lionel, his dad, could take the time off to accompany him to the colleges Tom was supposedly looking at. Syracuse, University of Connecticut, Boston, even though Tom's first choice was UCLA. And the trip was only to please his father, who was hoping that Tom would attend school on the East Coast so he could be nearer to him. And Tom just wanted to please his dad. You know that, I said to Susan. The conversation, which should have been tinged with hope and excitement, I remember had become somewhat sullen and resigned, and I noticed bitterly that this mood didn't seem to have anything to do with Matt Kellner. He seemed to have already been forgotten. Susan was distracted by something else, or so I presumed. And then she leaned over and turned up the volume on the car's stereo. There was a song Susan and I shared, sung by a group called Ice House from Australia, and it was now playing in the car as we sat there after school while she smoked a closed cigarette and stared out the windshield, and I just looked at her, struck once again at how beautiful she'd become. This new beauty seemed to have blossomed almost overnight. Why didn't you end up with her? Robert Mallory had asked me in the space on Melrose, a night that seemed as if it had happened years ago. I remember the first time I noticed Susan Reynolds. It was at a party Anthony Matthews, always trying to be the most popular boy in our class, threw in the first weeks of 7th grade, that fall, where she suddenly appeared in Calvin Klein jeans and a halter top and walked down the steps toward the pool just as the opening riff of Feels Like the First Time blared from the outside speakers, as if she was a girl in a movie we were all standing in. And later we all watched as she blithely gyrated to Undercover Angel with Jeff Taylor, who we all thought she was going to end up with, but nothing happened. And I remember later that month when I was allowed to join a sleepover at Debbie's, the only boy since I'd known Debbie from 5th grade, and where Susan and I bonded, sitting next to each other while the group secretly watched Carrie on the Z Channel together. And then for some reason, I remembered a few years later touching her thigh while watching Fame at the Cinerama Dome after school, a movie Tom didn't want to see, just to test her, to see how serious Susan was about Tom, who she'd been dating for almost 9 months by then. This was in May of 1980, and she didn't push my hand away, and I finally removed it myself. And I thought of all the corny songs Susan and I bonded over, artists that Tom and Debbie didn't like, Neil Diamond and If You Know What I Mean, and Barry Manilow and Trying to Get the Feeling Again, and everything by the Carpenters. Why didn't you end up with her? I knew why, and yet I also didn't know why. It shouldn't have happened, but it could have happened. It wasn't because I also like boys. There was something that seemed unattainable about Susan Reynolds, and I guess in the end I preferred her that way. The inevitable reality would have been too crushing. We'd been playing the Ice House song since it came out. It was the first track on the band's debut, and we had bought it together at the Tower Records on Sunset one day in the last week of school, our junior year, and then drove around listening to it and rewinding the cassette so we could experience the first song over and over, surprised at how much we liked it, since we'd never heard it before. Susan had bought the cassette for the single that was being played on KROQ, the upbeat pop song We Can Get Together. But this other track became a song that only Susan and I knew, bonding over. Debbie didn't know it, Tom didn't know it, Ryan didn't know it. The song was something only Susan and myself shared, referencing it secretly, acting as if it was a coded message that only the two of us found meaning in. It was a ballad about a girl outside an ice house where the rivers never freeze. And the narrator tells us that the girl is dreaming of a new love, but she has to wait so long for him because he needs another year. And then in the second verse, we learn that the devil lives inside the ice house. He came with the winter snow, the singer tells us. And the girl is dreaming through the summer and hoping through the spring, and she can't remember getting any older. The vocals were wavering and slightly robotic behind a drum machine and a minor chord synthesizer melody, but it became warmer when it moved into a new key. It sounded ominous until it wasn't. There's a break, a bridge, where the tension is heightened, and then it flies into one last chorus as the synth hook keeps cascading over the song. It had an aching, dreamy quality, and it soared. It was like all the songs from that year, an anthem. And it appealed to the dramatic ways we saw ourselves, ending with a narrator who has been watching the girl through the trees outside the ice house, singing, "It gets colder every day." It ends with a simple admission. There's no love inside the ice house, and the song doesn't fade out. It just ends. I remember the power the song had the first time we played it in our car as we drove across Sunset Boulevard and through Beverly Hills, and the vocals were yearning for something better, and the chorus was about dreams, about hope, which were intensified by the doomy romanticism of the overall song itself. I realized the song was about Susan, and it was about Tom, because this was the moment that Susan was revealing to me that her feelings for Tom now had fissures. A slight crack was appearing. She had first admitted this only 2 weeks earlier in Westwood, before we had even heard the song. Tom isn't dumb exactly. And the song seemed to sum up Susan in that moment. She was the girl outside the ice house, dreaming of a new love. And Tom was the guy the girl hopes will be there soon. But what made it sad is that Tom was already there. And it was obvious that Susan was waiting for someone else. And the devil was the reason that this was happening. But who was the devil? I thought for a while it was me, but it turned out to be Robert Mallory. The song saddened me and gave me hope, the best combination for a pop song. And as we listened to it throughout the summer, it kept confirming something about Susan and her mild dissatisfaction, the way she had been consciously numbing herself, and why she had brought up Tom's trip back east to visit colleges, as if she thought this was proof things might end between them when senior year was over, or maybe even before. But I also knew there was no way Tom Wright was thinking the same narrative. And Susan knew this as well, though she hoped her narrative was where their future was heading instead. In Susan's car, the song ended. It had put me in a solemn mood, and I was still briefly emotional because of it. I realized I was staring at Susan's breast beneath her unbuttoned blouse, and then I focused on anything else, the tin of Jarm cigarettes, the Tic Tacs on the dashboard, various cassettes, the Go-Go's, the Clash, Stevie Nicks, Pat Benatar, the Psychedelic Furs. And then I focused on Tom's Corvette through the windshield, and beyond it, a few spaces away, Robert Mallory's black Porsche gleaming darkly in the parking lot. Our world would die, I suddenly thought. It was inevitable. "Can I ask you something?" Susan said. "Yes," I said. "What was going on between you and Matt?" she asked softly. "Can you tell me? Can you be honest with me?" I didn't say anything, just stared straight ahead. Another song began, but Susan turned down the volume. And I was briefly touched when I realized that Susan actually had been thinking about Matt in that moment, and that I'd been wrong in assuming she hadn't. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what to say. "It can be a secret," she finally said. "I won't tell anyone." "Why would it have to be a secret?" I asked. She sighed. "Okay, whatever. What do you want to know, Susan?" "I just want to know what he meant to you, I guess," she said. "What was your friendship like?" She stopped and then tentatively asked, "Was it more than a friendship?" "Meaning what?" Carefully she said, "Were you hooking up?" I wasn't shocked. I wasn't surprised. This was simply the moment where I could go either way. It was an offering to come clean. I could maintain a lie and keep everything evasive and make sure the world kept running smoothly in our little group at Buckley, or just finally admit it to her and let the drama pour out of me within what I assumed was the safety of our friendship. And yet I didn't know if I trusted Susan in the way I once had because of Robert Mallory. And in that same moment she asked me the question, I realized I couldn't tell her the truth. I realized this so suddenly and with such force, it wiped away any hope of relief. This was when I knew with a startling lucidity that there was no way I could tell Susan the entire truth. I could only be half honest with her. I had known Susan for such a long time, and I loved her in such a way that meant I could never fully lie to her. And up to that point, I never had. But we weren't there anymore. I didn't really know him, I started. We hung out, and sometimes something happened. I don't know why or how, but yeah, we hooked up a couple times. Only a couple, she asked, unfazed that I'd admitted this. I shrugged calmly and didn't say anything else. So it wasn't a serious thing, she asked. It was an experiment. I was experimenting. I was looking straight ahead through the windshield, completely drained when I said this. Susan, if you tell anybody, if you tell Tom or Debbie, I swear I'll stop it, she said. Of course I'm not going to tell anybody. Why would I want to tell Tom or Debbie this? She was looking at me. This is a secret, I get it. She paused. It was between you and Matt. It's nobody's business. I remember I had felt nothing admitting this half-truth, admitting to even a quarter of the reality, denying the passion of it on my part. And this was proof that I was moving away from Susan, from the group, from everything. She told me she knew that something had been going on with Matt, not at first, but that obviously we were closer than I had ever let on as the relationship progressed. It had been a friendship her and I sometimes joked about, but then the joking had stopped, I realized at a certain point, when Susan started understanding there was something else going on with Matt Kellner, a person who had never come up with anyone except Susan. I really didn't know him, I said. I mean, I don't know what was going on with him. I stopped and lamely gestured with my hands. I guess we were friends, but maybe not. I stopped again. It was confusing, I guess. I looked over at her. It was an experiment. But you liked him. I didn't know him. What does that mean? It means I didn't know him, I said. It means I don't know what happened to him. I mean, if I hadn't known him, I think his death would have made sense, but I guess I didn't know him because this wouldn't have happened to the Matt I thought I knew. But I didn't ask you that, she said quietly. I asked if you liked him. What do you mean? I asked. Like, was I in love with him? Jesus! I turned away, pretending to be disgusted. Susan was quiet, contemplating what I just told her. Someone told me you guys had a falling out, she said. The shock I felt in that moment, the betrayal, was massive, and it hit me immediately. I had to grip my fist to combat a wave of anger that slammed against me. I almost got out of the car, but I controlled myself instead. What do you mean? I asked in a flat, low voice. She sighed, uncertain if she should go on, but then decided to. Robert told me that you and Matt had a falling out, she said. But a falling out about what? Why would Robert Mallory tell you that? I couldn't help but use his full name in that sentence. I don't know, she said. Why would Robert tell me that? I guess he had talked to Matt, and Matt told him. She paused. What was the falling out about? Well, didn't Robert find out and tell you? I asked, continuing to control myself so I didn't spit this out at her, so my features wouldn't become twisted with rage, so that my hands wouldn't gnarl into claws, so I wouldn't let her see what I was really feeling in that moment. Instead, my face remained placid, my tone blank. He said he didn't know, Susan said, just that Matt said he had this falling out with you over something, and it kind of bummed Matt out. Hearing this killed me. I kept steady. Well, I don't know what that would have been, I murmured. I mean, I told Matt that he was smoking too much weed and I couldn't deal with his paranoia and stuff like that. And if he was going to get so high all the time, then what was the point of us hanging out? Susan listened to this lie and nodded. Did you, break off the friendship with him? I shrugged. Yeah, I guess, but not really. I just, admonished him. Admonished him? She asked, confused. Admonished? Yeah, about how much weed he was smoking. Do you think this had anything to do with him not coming to school and disappearing. Susan, I warned. No, I'm serious. Susan, I warned again, this time louder. Was Matt upset enough to kill himself, I asked? Are you fucking kidding me? I had turned around in the passenger seat. I was now facing her. It was an accident. What are you implying? I asked. You can't start making up shit like this. Why are you so defensive? She asked, reaching over and grabbing my hand. Because you're implying whatever happened to Matt I had something to do with, and that's bullshit, I said, pulling my hand away. Brett, please, I'm not suggesting that, she said. I just thought maybe you knew why Matt thought you guys had a falling out. No, I don't, I said calmly. I have no idea what he was referring to. And by the way, Robert already asked me about this, and I told him I had no idea. What are you talking to Robert Mallory about? You're talking to him about me? He's a fucking freak, Susan. Brett, she said softly, reaching again for the hand I had pulled away. I'm sure Matt's death was hard to deal with for you, and I'm not implying anything. She paused. And this has nothing to do with Robert. But he's the one who made this shit up. What did he make up? Oh, fuck it, I'm okay, I stressed. I'm really okay. I pulled my hand away from her again. It's all fine, Susan. It's all fine. Are you sure? Susan said. You can tell me. You can talk to me. Susan, I said, what do you want to hear? Whatever you want to tell me, she said. It's just us. You think I had something to do with Matt Kellner's death? That's not fair, she exclaimed. I never said that. Why are you such a fucking drama queen? You're implying it. I raised my voice. I was almost shouting. Robert Mallory is implying it. Brett, you've got to calm down, she said. You don't need to get angry with me. I'm just trying to help. I'm the only one who seems to care about Matt. I'm the only one asking you these things. She paused. And you're so resentful. You're right. That's not what I meant. Jesus, Brett, she muttered. But why was Robert so interested in Matt? I asked. I don't think Robert was so interested in Matt. He was always hanging out with him, I said. He was hanging out with him more than I was. Well, that's because you had a falling out, right? She exclaimed, looking at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's because you admonished him. She kept staring as if she couldn't understand me. You abandoned a friend, and yet you're upset with Robert for trying and meeting new friends and try to be friends with Matt? Susan, I said, Robert didn't want to be friends with Matt. How do you know that? You don't know that. I'm sorry I'm not a member of the fucking Robert Mallory fan club, but I don't believe Robert wanted to be friends with Matt Kellner. I just want to know one thing, Susan said, cutting me off. Okay, I said, yeah. When did it stop with Matt? She paused, then clarified, the two of you fooling around. Why? I asked. What does it matter? She thought about it and then measured her words carefully. It matters to me because Debbie Schaefer is my best friend. I slowly nodded when I realized what she meant and what she was really asking. I think it was May, I said, and then continued haltingly. Nothing happened over the summer. So nothing happened between you and Matt when you started dating Debbie. I hated the way she asked this. I hated that this mattered to her. I hated the way she used the word dating. It suggested a different Susan than the numb, uncaring beauty I'd become so enamored by in the past few weeks. It suggested that there were rules we needed to follow and a kind of propriety I thought Susan had abandoned. She was confirming that we were in high school, where there were football games and assemblies and prom kings and homecoming queens, and boys didn't fuck each other, and everyone was faithful and abided by the laws we set up and conformed to. A year ago, I might have admitted this disgust to Susan when she said this. I could have told her I felt this way over the summer, but something had changed since then, and now I couldn't. Yeah, that's right, I said. I didn't want anything to happen. I stopped. I was with Debbie, and I think I realized a different narrative, a new take, and I went with it. It formulated quickly. It solved everything. Yeah, Susan asked, waiting. And I think that was something that really upset Matt, I said simply. I think that was what started driving us apart. I paused for emphasis. Debbie. It was my relationship with Debbie. I nodded as if realizing this for the first time, that she had become my girlfriend. Susan thought about this and slightly nodded as if she understood, and what made the moment so much worse was that she exhibited relief and her body relaxed. This lie caused a small wave of nausea to crust over me, but then it dissolved when I realized it was all going to play. You can never tell her, Susan. Please. I turned to her desperate. She can never know. It would fuck everything up. I know, she said, thinking things through. I won't say anything. I won't say anything, she said, reaching for my hand again. I promise. Thank you, was all I could say. Thank you, I said again. She looked back at me and tried to lighten the moment by saying, your secret is safe with me. But now it sounded ironic, not lightly joking like all the other times she said this, and I suddenly realized there was bemusement intertwined with her relief, and I reacted to the irony by mimicking a shy schoolboy, smiling bashfully and turning away. This made her laugh. I didn't want it to happen, but I was compelled to drive to Haskell Avenue. I couldn't help myself. The desire overtook everything. I couldn't understand why I was doing this and what I hoped to find. I was only operating on some kind of instinct I couldn't define. Logic played no part of it. I just left Susan's car and walked over to the convertible Mercedes and opened the door and sat down and knew automatically that I would be driving to Matt Kellner's house without having any idea of why I was doing this. There were no other thoughts. I was completely calm at first as I nodded at Miguel, who was directing traffic in the Buckley parking lot that afternoon, and then drove past the gates and out onto Stansbury. I drove along Ventura Boulevard in a daze, heading toward Encino. But when I turned onto Haskell and arrived at Matt's house, I was suddenly struck with a fear I had never experienced before. It was adrenaline that acted as a warning for you to save yourself, but also mixed with an overwhelming compulsion to move forward no matter what, and find out whatever you thought you needed to know. I parked where I usually parked. I sat there. The street looked the same. The house looked the same. The only difference in this section of the movie, Matt was dead. I walked the path to the gate and was surprised to find that I could unlatch it as easily as I had 100 times before. It wasn't locked as I had expected it to be. I walked the pathway as I had 100 times, usually in a heightened state of erotic excitement, which I was now uncomfortably reminded of, to the back of the property and stopped when I saw the pool house, and involuntarily took in a deep breath. The sight of it caused me to start panicking about some vague and nameless thing. But then I realized the panic was simply connected to the fact that this was the place where Matt and I had existed. The only place I ever saw him, except for Buckley. And the pool house itself held just as much meaning to me as Matt actually had. And now it was tainted by his death, a haunted place. The fear and adrenaline and panic were then replaced by an ache that I was surprised I felt, like the moment you hear sad music over a particular image in a movie. Ghost Town was the last song I'd ever heard here, I realized. I drifted toward the front door, not knowing what I expected to see. But the yellow tape from a crime scene crossing the entrance wasn't there, because Matt's death wasn't a crime, right? Though I noticed that a column had been wrapped in what looked like a sheet of blue plastic that offered the suggestion something criminal had taken place. I knew nothing yet about the cat that had been nailed to that column. And then I was touching the doorknob. I was surprised again that it turned, that the door opened, that I was allowed access. And I just stood there in the fading afternoon light, realizing at 17 that I was already staring into my past, that the past had a meaning that will always define you. I remember this as being the first moment as an adult when I realized how powerful memory was, or at least it was the first time it hurt the most. And also realizing there was nothing I could do about the pain of the past. It just settled over me. The pool house and Matt were a part of my life that happened, and now they were gone. That was all. No one else knew about it. No one cared. The room seemed even more barren than it was the last time I'd been in it, where Matt, in the lime green bathing suit and a Lakers t-shirt, recoiled from me reaching out for him. My eyes scanned the room. I had never seen it this clean before. I quickly averted my eyes from the bed, which was really now just a mattress. The sheets had been stripped from it. I noted the empty aquarium that ran along the wall, the surfboards stacked against each other, just a decorative touch Matt never served, and the shellac dolphin curved and mounted above the empty aquarium. I moved deeper into the room. It smelled musty, unaired, as if no one had been in it for a long time. I noted the stereo and the records neatly lined on the floor next to one of the speakers when I saw the Foreigner 4 poster above the hamper, and it inexplicably chilled me.
the poster that had been left in Matt Kellner's mailbox by someone. We didn't know then the meaning of the posters that were left at various victims' houses. No one had fully made this connection to anything yet. I moved toward the poster until I was standing in front of it, gazing at the image as if it held a mysterious meaning that I needed to decipher. I peered at the pentagram that someone had drawn on the poster, and just in that moment assumed it had been Matt. But then I thought, maybe not. Maybe it was drawn by whoever had entered into the pool house and rearranged the furniture and emptied the aquarium, left it as a message, a warning, a clue to freak out Matt. This was also true about Alex, the cat who had disappeared, lured away by the person who had targeted Matt. I was, of course, creating all of this in my mind and had to literally shake my head to clear it because no one knew if any of this was connected to Matt's death. It was all conjecture, a sound the writer heard that wasn't really there. And yet there was something about the poster and the pentagram scrawled on it that repelled me, and I moved away. But the empty aquarium also suggested something awful, and I turned away from that as well. I thought briefly about the cult, the writers of the afterlife, and wondered again if there was any connection between them and the home invasions and deaths, if one of the cult members was perhaps the trawler, the monster that had admitted he was responsible for the torture murders of 3 teenage girls. And I couldn't help but think that Matt was somehow connected, even if the circumstances surrounding his death were completely different. He had disappeared for a week, not months. He was blinded on hallucinogens. He fell into a pool. He drowned. It was an accident. Matt was a boy. I opened the refrigerator. The weed was gone. There were only a couple of Corona bottles and a can of Cactus Cooler. I went to his desk. School books were neatly stacked next to a Smith Corona typewriter, and that was pretty much it. All the drug paraphernalia, the bongs, the pipes, the rolling papers were nowhere in sight. I started to pull open the drawers, which were mostly empty except for the occasional pad and pen, a stapler, and a small box of paper clips, a pencil sharpener, a calculator, a ruler. I had used it to measure our erections once. And I was surprised to find an issue of Hustler in the bottom drawer and wondered why no one had gotten rid of it when everything else seemed to have been so studiously cleaned. I picked up one of the pads when I noticed that on the top page was nothing but a phone number and the letters RM jotted down in Matt's oversized, looping handwriting. I froze. I don't know why I then immediately picked up the green rotary phone on Matt's desk to call the number, but I did, and nothing happened anyway. The phone was disconnected. RM was Robert Mallory. There was no doubt. I also don't know why I tore the piece of paper from the pad and slipped it into the pocket of my slacks. I had a school roster at home, and so did Matt, that contained Robert Mallory's address and phone number. Why would Matt need to write down Robert Mallory's number? And then I automatically thought, maybe Robert Mallory had another phone number. Maybe he had a separate number, a private number, and this is the one he had given to Matt. Or maybe this was the number in the roster, and I was hearing things that weren't there because I was the writer. I became distracted when I noticed a stack of neatly folded clothes on the bedroom bench, which was pushed against the stripped mattress. They had been washed, but I wondered when they had been left out. Had they been washed while Matt was missing that week and stacked and folded for him when he returned from wherever he was? Or had they been cleaned after his body had been found in the pool, just part of a continuing schedule in the rituals enacted in the Kellner residence, trying to maintain the facade of normalcy in the face of their son's death? I found the Lakers t-shirt and lifted it up and smelled it, but of course there was no trace of Matt's scent. And then my eyes landed on the 3 pairs of white jockey shorts next to the t-shirts, and an overwhelming signal of lust pulsed within me. And without thinking, I picked one of them up, and I pressed it to my face, inhaling deeply, pushing it into my mouth, tasting it, chewing on it. I couldn't help myself. They were clean. There were no stains. There were no hints of Matt. Everything about him had been washed away. I immediately stopped, embarrassed by my lust, and then shoved the underwear into my pants pocket, where I tried to flatten out so it wouldn't bulge absurdly. I checked the pool house garage, and it was empty. The red Datsun was no longer there. And when I walked out of the house for the final time, I realized I hadn't noticed when I first arrived that the pool had been drained. It was completely empty and totally dry. And it looked so much smaller without the water. Just a small hole of white concrete. My heart stopped again when I saw the hammock tied between the trunks of the 2 palm trees, and I remembered the first time I saw Matt naked there on that July afternoon in 1980. As I left the pool house, the sprinklers were spraying across the lawn that led to the main residence, a massive 2-story English Tudor, impossibly wide and probably built in the mid-1960s, and where I noticed someone sitting at a table in the gazebo off to the side of the lawn, midway up to the house and surrounded by white and blue-violet and golden yellow flowers. I had noticed the gazebo many times before, but I'd never seen anyone sitting in one of the patio chairs situated around the small white table in the gazebo center. And there was a woman in one of the chairs, smoking a cigarette, wearing a white tennis skirt mismatched with a flower-patterned blouse, her long tan legs crossed, and she was barefoot, blankly assessing me as I decided to move across the lawn toward her because I felt caught and needed to explain who I was. I automatically realized this was Matt's mom, Sheila. I suppose I must have seen her at various school events, but her face didn't remind me of anyone I'd met before. I'd only known Matt and had been coming over to Haskell Avenue for about a year and was never formally introduced to Sheila or his father, Ronald. I actually had never even been inside the main house. Sheila's brown hair was shoulder length and a pair of sunglasses were pushed above her chic, blunt bangs, and she looked older than most of our mothers, a woman probably in her late 40s. And I knew nothing about Sheila. Matt didn't complain about or say anything complimentary about his mother. He never mentioned her. I wasn't wearing the blazer, but I had the rest of the Buckley uniform on. The striped tie was loosened, my sleeves were rolled up, and I suppose my youth was what caused her to remain calm at the appearance of this stranger walking toward her, though I realized almost immediately as I moved halfway up the steps leading into the gazebo that she was sedated, and this was what caused her stillness and kept everything calm and light. And as I got closer, I saw that she looked, in fact, dead-eyed and stunned. The only movement was when she crushed the cigarette out in an ashtray next to a pack of Pall Malls. She waited as I stood there, not knowing what to say. "Yes?" she finally asked. "Can I help you?" I didn't know how to explain to her that something had compelled me to drive to the Kellner residence and why I was standing in front of her in this moment. I was suddenly shocked when I realized she had probably watched me walk into the pool house from the pathway and emerge moments later, and that I was going to have to give her some kind of reasonable answer as to why I was standing there, even though I didn't have one myself. "I'm a friend of Matt's," I said softly, then realized I was a friend of Matt's. Her head slightly tilted when I said this, and in the same stunned voice asked, "A friend?" She paused. "Of Matthew's?" "Yes, I'm Brett," I said. "Brett Ellis. I'm in Matt's class." I paused. At Buckley," I mindlessly clarified. The silence that followed suggested she had no idea who I was, but she raised her eyes involuntarily as if surprised. "We've never met," she said, looking me over with a blankness that seemed completely natural under these circumstances, but unnerved me anyway. "No, we never have," I said, "but I came over often." I paused. "To see Matt." I paused again, to swim and hang out. "Oh," she said, "so that was your car I always saw, the green sedan." Yeah," I said, and then, I'm so sorry about what happened." "But what happened?" she asked in the same toneless voice. She asked this too quickly. It almost overlapped with my condolences. "I'm sorry, excuse me?" I automatically asked, dumbly, confused. "But what happened?" she asked again, reaching for another cigarette, which she slipped out of the pack and placed between her lips, and the flame from a gold lighter quickly lit it. She exhaled as she continued staring at me. I suddenly noticed the half-full glass of orange juice that sat next to the ashtray, and the burgeoning alcoholic in me wondered if there was vodka in it. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to sound sympathetic, and yet my features were creased with confusion. The scene had reduced me to an actor, and I was struggling with my lines, trying to hit the right notes and get on her level. "I mean," she began in that toneless voice with a blank stare, "we don't know what happened to my son." She paused before adding, "Exactly." There was a silence between us, just the sound of the sprinklers spraying over the vast lawn, their rhythmic click-clacking occasionally adding to the soundtrack of the movie we were in. "I don't know what happened," I said, suddenly aware that a pair of Matt's jockey shorts were in the pocket of the gray slacks I was wearing, pressed against my thigh. I shifted and took a step back on the stairs leading up to where Sheila Kellner sat in the center of the gazebo and glanced at the empty pool and the barren guest house. He had an accident. It was an accident, I mean, right? I asked tentatively, looking at her, but barely meeting her gaze. She was obviously in a lot of pain, and she was confused. You could sense it in her eyes and her stillness, as if there was an aura of bewilderment surrounding her. But whatever medication she had taken blunted this to the point where she could talk about Matthew without breaking down. And then she asked, "Do you know if he got into a fight with anybody?" This was something so out of the range from what I expected her to say that I had to wait a moment to collect myself and asked, "A fight?" "Yes," she said, inhaling on the cigarette. "An altercation." "What do you mean?" I murmured. She answered with a stone nonchalance. "He was bruised," she said. "He was very bruised. The side of his face was bruised." Again, I didn't know what to say. Maybe that happened when he fell. I made a gesture with my hands, hopelessly. I mean, into the pool and hit his head. "No," she said, and then clarifying, "he had bruises on his chest and back, his legs." I wasn't prepared for any of this. I hadn't expected to see Sheila Kellner. I had no idea I would be having a conversation with my dead friend's mother. Standing on the steps of the gazebo was almost intolerable. Bruises? There were bruises all over Matt. This was a movie that I was totally lost in. But I retraced my steps, found myself back in the scene, and just improvised my lines. Does anyone know where he went that week? Maybe something happened wherever he went. I paused and for a moment was genuinely scared. The bruises? No one had mentioned anything about bruises. Well, and maybe the bruises happened then. Sheila said nothing. She looked from me to the pool house in the background and then at my face, completely expressionless. "I mean, didn't they find his backpack at that beach?" I said quietly. "In that parking lot?" I was speaking so softly I could barely hear myself. "At Crystal Cove?" "Matt didn't play sports," she said, as if she hadn't heard what I said. No, not that I know of. So that wasn't it," she said, exhaling smoke. "I think it was maybe from surfing," she said quietly. "I think he went surfing and maybe that's when the bruises happened." She paused and looked at me, but it was without conviction. "The bruises seemed so odd, but it was probably from surfing." I just shrugged, trying to placate her. I knew Matt didn't surf, and yet Sheila thought her son was a surfer, and I realized with a shocking and intimate finality that Sheila Kellner really did not know her son. But then was reminded that I hadn't known him either, that no one had. Matt was already lost to history. He had evaporated. And when I was writing this section of the book in late 2020, just a couple of months ago, I tried to find any mention of the boy I based Matt Kellner on and his death anywhere on the internet, and I found exactly nothing. I had simply committed to memory the small article in the Herald Examiner about the drowning and the tiny obituary in the LA Times. And then it was as if Sheila had suddenly floated into a new area of sedation. She seemed even further away from me when she asked, "Why did you come here?" It wasn't chilly, and there was nothing accusatory about the question. It just came out like a dull inquiry, as if she really didn't care what my answer was. I was surprised that she was able to hold the cigarette as steadily as she did. She smoked with her left hand, I noticed, and I glimpsed the diamond wedding ring on her finger. The hand was completely frozen. The movement of the hand lowering to the ashtray and rising back to her mouth was completely robotic, the movement aided by whatever was sedating her. I started and stopped. I came over because I wanted to find out what happened to Matt. Sheila Kellner stared at me for a long time with an unstinting gaze. And after I left Haskell Avenue that afternoon, I realized chillingly in that moment that she was thinking, "No, you don't. You don't really want to find out what happened to my son." But I didn't know that then while I was standing on the steps of the gazebo. She finally said, "You can talk to my husband. He's in his office." I had no idea what this meant. She didn't make any gesture toward the main house or tell me where this particular office was or give me directions. But I just intimated that Ronald Kellner was somewhere in the giant house behind us, and something was compelling me to meet him. And it was the bruises that Sheila Kellner had told me about, and that no one had ever mentioned or found out about or heard of, that were on Matt's chest and face, which made me slowly back down the steps and move away from the gazebo without saying anything else, and to find Ronald. That was the extent of the only conversation I ever had with Matt Kellner's mother. The sliding glass door leading into the kitchen was halfway open, and there was a Mexican housekeeper in a maid's uniform and wearing rubber gloves that went up to her elbows. And she was silently scrubbing the stovetop as I walked in and quietly closed the door behind me, uncertain if I should. She turned her head to glance at me, but without surprise. I noticed that she took note of the school uniform I was in and automatically knew who I was, a friend of Matt's. But she was grim-faced and didn't say anything. She had picked up a spray can of Easy Off and was now heading toward the open oven as I tentatively moved through the kitchen. I'm looking for Ronald, Mr. Kellner, was my halting explanation. The maid shrugged and said something in Spanish that meant he was in La Oficina, and turned back to the oven, and I decided to find Matt's dad on my own. Past the kitchen, there was a hallway that led into a dining area where I walked by a circular chrome and glass table with a potted fern in the middle of it, and that sat on an expanse of off-white shag carpeting, which flowed into a sunken living room, situated at the front of the house where bay windows revealed the circular brick driveway and a view of Haskell Avenue. Once in the living room, I could hear a voice coming from somewhere within the house, and moved to the staircase in the foyer by the entrance where my hand rested on the polished red oak railing until I could locate exactly where that voice was coming from. It wasn't upstairs, I realized, and then turned toward a hallway that took me to the other side of the house, and then to another hallway lined with generic photos of the Kellner family, but only when Matt was much younger. None of these photos, taken in parks and on beaches, one at Disneyland and another at SeaWorld, were of Matt past the age of 10 or 11, and it killed me what an adorable kid he was. And I couldn't grasp what had damaged this child. Meeting his mother was no help in figuring out why, because she was grief-stricken. From that one meeting, I could glean nothing about her or what the reasons were that caused this non-relationship between Matt and his mother. But maybe it had nothing to do with her, and that it was somehow Matt's choice to live in such a distant world. The house might have been sprawling, but it was so silent within that it was easy to locate where Ronald Kellner was. I followed his voice down another hallway. The voice was quiet and tired, often muttering to whoever he was on the phone with. I turned into a large room that I assumed was Ronald's office, lined with the same off-white shag carpeting, as well as the same generic framed pseudo-impressionist paintings my father also bought from the Wally Finley Gallery in Beverly Hills. And there was a kaleidoscope and an open backgammon board on a low coffee table that sat in front of a wine-colored sofa, and above that, a panoramic view of the backyard. I later found out that Ronald Kellner ran one of the most powerful legal firms in L.A., and I'm not going to name it or make up a name for it. And the offices were based in Century City, and they represented, again I later found out, a group of unusually powerful clients in the real estate and entertainment industries. And that the law firm had 15 lawyers on its payroll in a number of suites in the Century Plaza Towers. But I didn't know any of this yet on that afternoon when I visited the Kellners. Matt had never mentioned his father or what he did, because I guess I never asked. Or maybe I had, and I just didn't remember during all the long and aimless conversations we had over our year together, where topics never got personal until the final week, when I had pushed it. So, of course, I didn't know what Matt's dad did for a living, and I never cared. When I was with Matt, I often just got on his wavelength, talked about whatever he was interested in, and then used him for sex, I realized, while standing in the doorway of Ron Kellner's office. I assumed that if I revealed anything other than a mirror image of Matt's laid-back stoner attitude, nothing would have continued between Ronald and myself. I had entered his house, and I didn't want to alarm him. And I was going to play dumb, a stoner, because I thought in order to calm him, I had to act completely casually, though this didn't turn out to be the case. Ronald Kellner was in his early to mid-50s, reminding me again that he was an older parent compared to most of our classmates in 12th grade. And he was tall, with thinning gray hair and a neatly trimmed beard. And I had easily seen Matt in his face when I passed the photos that lined the hallway. And in one of the photos taken at Ron and Sheila's wedding, I had thought the young Ronald Kellner was actually a black and white photo of Matt at first. What struck me most about Mr. Kellner was that he appeared normal. Nondescript beige slacks, a polo shirt tucked in, he was wearing a belt, he was wearing loafers. And I wondered briefly why he didn't look like more of a mess, stomping around in pajamas and tear-faced, anguished, and gripping a half-empty bottle of gin because his only child had just died. And yet Ronald Kellner was capable of presenting himself as if this dreadful event had never happened. He looked completely professional on that afternoon, despite the death of Matt. Ronald Kellner held the receiver at the side of his head as he stared out the bay window, the cord of the phone reaching from his desk to where he stood, looking out at the gazebo where his wife sat. I wasn't even listening to what Ronald was occasionally muttering into the phone because I was staring at various mimeographed photos on his desk, which was strewn with papers and files and manila envelopes beneath a large metal tensor lamp, the only example of disorder within the neat and lavishly decorated office. He noticed me when he turned around and just stared blankly, unsmiling, as he continued the call. Again, I don't remember what he was saying, but it was quiet and strained, and when he walked over to the desk to hang the phone up, his expression became lightly curious as his eyes scanned the uniform and then my face and asked, "Are you Robert?" I suppose I wasn't as shocked as I want to remember being when he asked me that, if I was Robert, because I was able to calmly say, "No, I'm Brett." I paused. "I'm Brett Ellis. I go to Buckley. Mrs. Kellner told me you were in your office and that I could come in." "Who are you?" he asked again, confused. "I was a friend of Matt's," I said. "A friend?" he asked. "His friend?" "Yeah, we're in the same class at Buckley." "You're Matt's friend from Buckley?" he asked, just standing there. Well, yeah, we hung out," I said. Sometimes I came over and hung out." He stared, his hands on his hips. He studied me with a new grimness that hardened his expression. "How well did you know him?" he asked. "Well, I've known him since 7th grade," I said. "When he came to Buckley," I paused, "but we became friends last year." "You became friends with my son?" he asked. "Last year?" I nodded. The grimness turned into something else. A kind of suspicion joined it. And Ronald cocked his head. "How well do you think you knew him?" he asked Matthew. I realized I had to tell the truth. "I don't know," I sighed. "After what happened, I really don't know." This truthful admission softened Ronald. The grimness and suspicion left his face, and he looked down. "What are you doing here?" he asked too softly. I hadn't heard him at first. "What?" He looked up. I asked, "What are you doing here? What do you want?" I don't know why I expected affection from him, or even a kind of removed emotional response by my presence, but he seemed slightly exasperated that I was in his office, a stranger who had just admitted that he'd been friends with his son but didn't really know him. This wasn't exactly true, because I knew Matt in ways that were more intimate than any person I'd ever met up until that moment in my life, but I couldn't admit this to his father. "I cared about Matt," is all I said, defending my presence in Ronald Kellner's office. "You cared about my son?" Ronald asked. "That's why you're here?" I just wanted to find out what happened." He was staring at me again with mild suspicion. We didn't say anything. We just kept looking at each other blankly until it became too uncomfortable, and I finally said, "I'm sorry I bothered you, and then I'm sorry about Matt." I waited before I turned to exit, aware again that I had Matt's jockey shorts pressed into my pocket. "You wanted to find out what happened?" Ron asked flatly. "Yeah." I paused. "It was an accident, right? It was an accident in the pool." Ron looked at me, deciding something, and then walked over to the desk cluttered with papers, where he put on a pair of reading glasses. "Well, you haven't come to the right place, because we don't know what really happened." Ron sat down at the desk in a brown leather high-back swivel chair and slowly scanned the papers strewn across it. He looked over at me, then motioned, "Please, come here. Maybe you can try and explain this to me." I slowly walked over to the desk and stood beside him. "These were taken by the crime scene photographer I called in," I heard Ronald say as I looked down at the desk. "A crime scene photographer?" I asked quietly, suddenly filled with dread. The first thing I saw was a photo. It was of a body, carefully positioned, lying by the pool on a sheet, drowned, naked, the penis shrunken into nothingness. Matt's head wasn't in the photo. They had all been taken below the neck. But I recognized every inch of his body, every place I had licked and kissed and smelled. There were a number of photos of the body shot from different angles. And there were the bruises all over it that Mrs. Kellner had mentioned, as if Matt had been pummeled by someone or something. They were only lightly purple, but immediately noticeable. There was a photo of Matt on his stomach, where the bruises continued along his lower and upper back, and there were two on his muscled ass. I couldn't help but automatically think I had been in that ass, my cock, my tongue, my fingers, and I had to resist any notions of arousal that inspired a kind of necrophiliac lust that shocked me with its suddenness. There was a photo of Matt's left arm gashed open, the wound wide and pink, deep enough so you could see muscle and sinew. And then Ron showed me another photo. This one was of Matt's head. He looked peaceful, his eyes closed as if he was sleeping, and I could almost detect a smile in the way his lips slightly arched up, but one side of the face was purpled with bruises, and there was a large wound on the left side of his forehead, another gash. Skin had peeled off, and you could clearly see the white bone of his forehead and scalp. "Do you think this happened when Matt hit his head when he fell into the pool?" Ron asked without any emotion, sounding completely unconvinced. I was so horrified by what I was looking at that I had become paralyzed. The pictures of Matt were so traumatic that I believed one part of my life was now over, and I had entered into another world where I would now remain forever. There was no going back to innocence or childhood. This moment was the introduction into the world of adulthood and death. I swallowed and looked away, closing my eyes. I heard Ronald shuffling papers around and then sliding something out of a folder. I wanted to say, "I didn't know your son at all, but I loved him anyway." I opened my eyes because they were tearing up. I clenched my jaw hard to keep from crying. "I'm supposing my son was a drug addict," Mr. Kellner said, looking up at me. "No," I murmured. "No, I don't. It was just pot. It was just weed. So he wasn't into acid or Quaaludes or anything like that, pills, LSD?" No, I murmured, shaking my head. "I never saw that. He never mentioned it. I never saw him do anything except smoke weed." "You never saw him tripping on acid? You never saw him taking any pills?" he asked. "No, I didn't. He never talked about any of that." "Hallucinogens?" Ronald asked. "He never talked about that?" Again, I shook my head numbly. "And no Quaaludes?" I never saw any Quaaludes around," I said. "Matt never talked about that." "Well, then how do we explain the 6,000 milligrams of methaqualone that was found in his system?" Ronald Kellner asked me. I suddenly felt we were in a courtroom and I was on trial, and Ron was now a prosecutor trying to gauge whether I was innocent or guilty. I was totally numb but managed to ask, "What is that?" "Quaaludes," he said. 6,000 milligrams of Quaalude were found in my son's system. I just kept shaking my head. I had nothing to say. The power of the pictures had reduced me to a shell. I was completely empty inside. I didn't care about anything anymore, and I was so frightened that I couldn't move. "I am trying to piece together where my son was that week," he said. "Do you know anything?" "Well," I started, my voice sounding like a little boy. "Didn't they find that backpack at the parking lot?" "In Crystal Cove?" Ron asked. "You mean in Crystal Cove State Park in Orange County?" "Yeah," I said. "Didn't they find the backpack in that parking lot? Didn't he drive there and maybe, I don't know, something happened?" "He didn't drive anywhere," Ronald said flatly. "How do you know?" I asked. The dread kept expanding. "I spoke to my son before the weekend he disappeared," Ronald said. "I told him he needed to get the headlight replaced on the Datsun. I told him to do this for weeks, but he was always distracted," was the word Ronald Kellner landed on, replacing the more obvious choice, stoned. "And he hadn't done it. I know the head of the Nissan dealership in Encino, and so I took it in myself and got the car serviced." Ronald stopped and then looked up at me. "He didn't drive 120 miles to and from Laguna Beach." "How do you know this?" I asked quietly. "Because when I had the car serviced, I noticed what the mileage was. I had seen what the mileage was at the dealership." He stopped. "I noted the mileage on that Thursday, and a week later, when the car was driven back and parked here in the garage in the guest house, I checked it again." I just stared at the photos on the desk, listening to Ronald Kellner as if he was telling me all of this while we were standing on a faraway planet. My son drove that car barely 10 miles the week he was missing, he said. I breathed in and then looked over at Ron as I exhaled. No one drove that car to Crystal Cove, he said, confirming this information again. No one drove that car anywhere. Oh, maybe over the hill and back, but no one drove that car to Crystal Cove. There was another silence in the office. I stared out the window onto the expanse of lawn that led down to the empty pool. Sheila Kellner was still sitting frozen in the gazebo. I had nothing to say. There was also blood all over the front seat of the Datsun and the dashboard, Ronald said, pointing to the photo of Matt's arm. This is where they say he sliced his arm open. He paused. A suicide attempt during a psychotic episode, they say. Ron started looking through a sheaf of papers he picked up from the desk. They told me my son probably took too much. He glanced at the page he was holding. Tetrahydrocannabinol was the word he carefully pronounced. Marijuana, he clarified flatly. They can't find marijuana levels in an autopsy, but they assume that because of all the drug paraphernalia found in Matt's backpack, this was what led him to ingest a massive amount of lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. Ronald said this in the same flat voice. And then, according to them, he probably had a psychotic break and then took the Quaaludes and fell into the pool where he drowned. That's what they pieced together. That's their official story. I realized the paper he was looking at was part of the autopsy report. Ronald started to say something and then paused, unsure if he should admit what he was going to say next, and then he did. Also found in Matt's stomach were the mostly undigested contents of what had been in his aquarium, which he apparently ingested during the supposed psychotic break. Ronald looked back at me as if I could somehow explain how this madness could have possibly happened. I wanted him to stop talking. I wanted to leave the room. I knew the aquarium had been empty for 2 weeks. I knew Matt had no idea what had happened to the fish. And then, because of these circumstances, I wondered if he had placed the contents of the aquarium in another location before ingesting them during the supposed psychotic break. But this sounded ludicrous. I didn't know what to say. The whole scenario had become so surreal compared to what we had originally heard, and yet there was proof that this is what had actually happened. It was typed on the papers that Ronald Kellner was holding. It was in the autopsy report filed by the L.A. County Department of Medical Examiner Coroner, their titles stamped at the top of each page Ronald held. Ronald sighed and then said, and he supposedly also did this. Ronald showed me another photo, a series of them. I took them from the hand that was now lightly trembling, and at first I didn't know what I was looking at. Something was hanging from the column that was now wrapped in the sheet of blue plastic. It was the first column you passed as you entered the pool house. My eyes adjusted to the photo. There was some kind of animal hanging from the column, but I couldn't tell what kind because it didn't have a head. A belt had secured the animal midway up the column, and then someone had crucified all four of the animal's paws with nails so that it was splayed out like an X. And it had been eviscerated. A pouch of intestines hung between its legs, and the bottom half of the column was darkened with its blood. I started realizing something, and it was confirmed when I looked at the next photo. It was the head of Alex placed on the edge of the pool's shallow end. The cat's eyes had been gouged out, and its ears had been sliced off, and someone had pulled its tongue out so far that the tip was draped over the edge of the coping. I was trying to process this while my mind was shrieking with horror. Matt had somehow found Alex, or Alex had happened to reappear, and Matt decapitated the cat and then nailed its body to a column and placed the head at the edge of the pool, and then fell, hit his head, and drowned, tripping on a psychotic break where he ingested 6,000 milligrams of Quaaludes in a supposed suicide attempt. I had seen Matt wasted numerous times, and I knew what he was and what he wasn't capable of. He'd be only lightly stoned and still couldn't get up from the bed to grab the remote control to change the channel on his TV set. I'd never seen Matt on acid, but the amount of Quaaludes in his system would have rendered him paralyzed if what Ronald Kellner read to me from the autopsy report was correct. I didn't know what to say. None of this made sense. I had to put the pictures of the cat back down on the desk. Ronald sat in the swivel chair, his hands in his lap, his head bowed over the desk, lifting papers, adjusting his glasses, dispassionately looking for clues, a narrative that would add up. "You knew Matt for how long?" Ronald finally asked. about a year, I mumbled, unable to stop staring at the picture of the decapitated head of the cat posed on the pool's edge that now sat on top of all the other papers on Ronald's desk. "Do you really think you would be capable of this?" Ronald looked up at me. "I don't know," I murmured. "I don't think so." And then, "No, I don't." "I think someone struck him with something," Ronald said quietly. "I think he was with someone that week. I think they fed him drugs, and then I think they struck him with, I don't know, a hammer or something while he was high, and then placed him in the pool." He stopped. "And then they did that to the cat." "The cat had been missing," I started, but Ronald was talking over me. "And I think the whole thing was staged," Ronald was saying, "by someone Matt knew or met. And I think they drove him out to Crystal Cove." He paused. "Or they drove out there and dumped the backpack there." He paused again. "I don't know." "Does anyone else think this?" I asked in the same small voice. I was unable to adjust to the mood that had now descended over the room. The horror of it all had sucked up everything. I was trapped and then felt a curious pressure on my bladder and in my bowels. Certain things had actually happened that the writer hadn't made up. There were photos, a coroner's report, evidence, a psychotic break where Matt slashed his arm open with a butcher knife and then killed his cat, the Quaaludes he took, the fall into the pool. He was naked when they found him in the pool, so whatever he had done when he arrived back at Haskell Avenue in the middle of that Friday night, he'd committed while naked. His arm slashed open with the knife he killed the cat with, and Matt was probably covered in blood that had turned the water in the pool rust-colored. I picked up the photo of Matt's face and pretended that someone took this while Matt was dreaming, but the reality of it all intruded, and I looked away. "When you first walked in, I thought you were Robert," I heard Ronald Kellner say. "Why did you think that?" I managed to ask. "Because he mentioned something about going over to Robert's house the day I got the car serviced," he said, "that he might be hanging out with someone named Robert." A pause. "Do you know Robert? Robert Mallory?" "Yes," I said, carefully putting the photo back on the desk. The desk was so cluttered with files and reports it didn't seem to matter where I laid it. Ronald automatically turned the photo over as if he didn't want to be reminded of what it depicted. "Robert's a classmate of ours." "I know that," Ronald said tiredly, rubbing his eyes. "Does anyone know if Matt was with him?" I asked. "I mean that week?" Ronald then looked up at me with an alarmed expression on his face. "What do you mean?" "I mean," I started carefully, "does anyone know if Matt went to—" I swallowed. I realized I suddenly had a headache. "If he went to see Robert." Ronald looked at me with an immediate disdain. "I'm not implying one of your classmates had anything to do with this, Brett." He landed hard on my name. I was surprised he remembered it. "Is that what you're implying?" No, I mean, I was just—" I trailed off. "I was wondering if he hung out with Robert." "We spoke to Robert," Ronald said. "He was in Palm Springs with his aunt the weekend that Matt disappeared." He looked at me questioningly. "Didn't you see him at school during that following week? I mean, I really don't know what you're implying about Robert." Nothing, I muttered quickly. "He said he had never hung out with Matt," Ronald said, still staring at me as if I had just revealed something about myself that he distrusted. "Are you really implying that you think Robert Mallory had anything to do with what happened to my son? Are you serious?" He looked disgusted, and it immediately was a reminder of Matt recoiling from me in the pool house that Sunday afternoon. It was almost as if I was replaying a variation of the scene with Matt's father, but I was too numb with fear to be embarrassed. "I think I should go," I said, backing out of the room. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about everything." Ronald Kellner had already turned away from me because the phone was ringing, and he reached for it quickly, as if awaiting information that would explain away this nightmare he had been forced into. I kept moving back until I was in the hallway, while Ronald kept muttering, I don't know, into the phone at evenly spaced intervals as if he was responding to a series of questions that didn't have any answers. I made a decision to leave through the front door because I didn't want to move through the house again, and I didn't want to walk down the lawn, and I didn't want to pass the stoned woman sitting alone in the gazebo, or the covered column where the cat had been hung, the empty pool where a boy had supposedly drowned during a psychotic episode, my friend, who I look back now on while I write this, as perhaps my first love, though I didn't fully realize it then in 1981. I walked across the brick driveway to Haskell Avenue where my car was parked, and drove away from Matt Kellner's house for the last time.
In this latest installment of the Shards, we are back to that afternoon when I had just left Ronald Kellner's office in the house on Haskell Avenue, and where I saw the horrific photos of Matt Kellner, his corpse beaten and slashed, laying on a sheet by the pool, along with the mangled body of Alex the cat. The moment where everything changed for me in a single meeting on a late afternoon at the end of September 1981. I was driving so carefully, so slowly, that I had to keep pulling over on Ventura Boulevard and briefly on Valley Vista because other cars were blaring their horns behind me until I finally made it to Woodcliff and then sped up the canyon to Mulholland in a suddenly desperate state. And back at the house, I immediately swallowed 2 Valium, washing them down with a glass of vodka I threw some ice into, while Rosa was in the pantry folding clothes she just pulled from the dryer. And then I took the bottle of Smirnoff with me, and alone in my room with the door locked, started smoking Jeff Taylor's weed from a small yellow pipe. I wanted to obliterate myself. I poured another glass of vodka and got wasted quickly. I called Susan, drunk and high, and just started rambling, and then hung up on her while she was in the middle of a sentence. I had no idea what I said or what I told her or what she'd asked back. There was a beat, and then the phone immediately rang, and I grabbed it knowing it would be Susan and told her, I'm okay, I gotta go, and then hung up on her again. There was a moment of silence while I lied on the comforter in the bedroom in my school uniform, my shoes kicked off, imagining patterns in the smooth white ceiling I was staring up at, and then looked over at the Elvis Costello poster on the wall. Trust is what it blared. I was surprised that Shingy had been in my room. Lying under the desk had become a preferred sleeping area since my mother left, when he jumped onto the bed and was sniffing and licking at my immobile face before cradling himself against me. The phone rang again. I didn't pick up, and no one left a message. I realized it was probably Susan. I was becoming paralyzed by the combination of vodka and weed and Valium. And when the phone rang about 5 minutes later, I thought there was no way I could pick it up or form a sentence. And it didn't matter who it was. The world was lost to me. But it was Debbie, who Susan had obviously called, and I heard her worried voice. Brett, are you there? Pick up. Brett, pick up. I found out later that Susan had actually called the Windover Stables in Malibu and had Debbie paged, and then Debbie called my number from their main offices. Susan says that you're wasted, Brett. Pick up the fucking phone. I finally reached over, panting, and fumbled with the phone and muttered into the receiver, please, I'm fine. Just leave me alone, I'm fine. I kept reassuring Debbie that everything was okay in my increasingly slurred voice, even though she kept saying how wasted I sounded, until I shouted, I am wasted. I want to be wasted. Is that okay? There was a brief silence, and then she said, you don't have to yell at me, and then asked, why the fuck are you getting wasted at 4 p.m? I was becoming enraged, but realized the anger couldn't actualize itself because of everything pumping through my system, and so I gently told her, I'll see you tomorrow, babe. Don't bother coming over. I'll be passed out, babe. I'll see you tomorrow. I was seriously fading when I hung up the phone. The need to obliterate the information about Matt Kellner and what really happened to him that no one else knew, the photos of his naked corpse, the bruises, the slashed open arm, the dead cat, was immense. And the alcohol and the Valium and the weed were aiding quickly in locating this relief. I wanted to lose consciousness, and I eventually did. At one point, I thought I heard Rosa knocking on my locked door, calling out that she was leaving for the day and that she'd see me tomorrow. I called back a muffled okay and returned to darkness. Waking up the next morning at 6:30, I realized I had slept through the entire night. I had moved through the trauma of the previous afternoon that I'd experienced in Ronald Kellner's office and survived. I squinted at Shingi, who was scratching on the door leading out to the backyard, and I stumbled up from the bed, still in my Buckley uniform, and opened it for him, and then he scurried out onto the deck. I made a decision in that moment. Despite the hangover, which wasn't that bad, I was going to pretend everything was normal. I removed the uniform I'd passed out in and, naked, masturbated for the first time in what seemed like weeks, even though that wasn't exactly true, and came so hard that it blew apart any remnants of the mild hangover. And I felt such immense relief that I was able to sit up and clearly orient myself and make a plan, create a new schedule that I was going to follow daily, embody a new attitude. I looked at the near-empty bottle of Smirnoff and the yellow pipe next to the bag of weed and the canister of Valium whose contents were dwindling, and something resolved within me. Fuck the fear. I was exhausted from being afraid. No more weed, no more Valium, drinking kept to a minimum and on weekends only. I would set the alarm and wake up to an allotted time in the morning, and jack off, and only think of Richard Gere or Dennis Quaid or Hart Bachner or David Naughton or whoever else was on my radar in that moment, but never Matt Kellner, ever again, or Ryan Vaughn. And then I'd work out before school, either lift weights or swim laps or run on the treadmill. Then I'd shower, put the uniform on, grab something healthy to eat that I would tell Rosa to prepare for me. And while waiting, I'd scan the calendar section in the Los Angeles Times and make a list of new movies I wanted to see, their theaters and showtimes. And I'd ignore any news about the trawler. I'd drive to Buckley, get there early, smile at everyone, kiss Debbie on the lips when I saw her in the parking lot or waiting for me on the bench beneath the bell tower, intone the Pledge of Allegiance and the Buckley Prayer, run laps on Verdant Field, or play tennis with Tom, or just read Joan Didion in the bleachers, and calmly think about my novel, eat lunch with the gang at the center table below the pavilion, join the conversations, concentrate on my afternoon classes, take better notes and ask questions, drive back to Mulholland, and finish all reading and homework assignments before working on Less Than Zero. Maybe there would be a movie on the Z channel I'd have time to watch, and then I'd promptly go to bed at 11 and sleep through the night easily because I was pushing all the useless trauma out of my mind. I'd also be committed and focus my attention on something else. I was going to track Robert Mallory. This actually moved to the top of the list, and everything else followed, and this new discipline would clarify my days and aid me in this compulsion I suddenly had. I was going to start paying attention to Robert and not resist him anymore. This was a number one on the new schedule I was laying out. I pushed myself up off the bed and in the bathroom washed the drying semen from my stomach and chest and penis and stared at my face in the mirror above the sink until I forced a smile. I tried several on and then turned away. I was starving and I walked to the kitchen. Rosa hadn't arrived yet, and I grabbed a yogurt out of the fridge and some blueberries and raspberries and threw them into a bowl, rummaged around the cupboard for some almonds, tossed those in as well, and ate the whole thing in a matter of minutes while standing behind the glass door contemplating the pool. I looked around my room and decided to actually make the bed, even though Rosa usually did this, because I had to stay busy. I couldn't just sit around waiting for school to start thinking about what actually happened to Matt Kellner. And so I cleaned the bathroom and kept the TV on to Good Morning America just to have some noise float through the space, words and information, headlines and interviews, because I didn't want to hear any music that might have moved or depressed me or might have reminded me about Matt. I wanted to stay neutral, and not only on that particular morning, but all the mornings that followed until I graduated. I was usually a fairly neat guy anyway, so there was never a lot of clutter around, but I needed something to do. So I mindlessly rearranged the books on a shelf next to my desk and then noticed an unused Gucci backpack that had been a gift from my dad before my parents left for Europe and had been uselessly lying in the corner for a month beneath the Elvis Costello poster. And I decided to put all my textbooks in it. I liked it. It looked cool. It was stylish. It represented the new me. And then I slipped on a bathing suit and swam 60 laps in about 20 minutes, swimming them fast and mindlessly. I got out of the pool and Rosa had arrived, and she seemed surprised, almost concerned, when I walked through the kitchen, toweling myself off, and asked her to make me an omelet, por favor, while I showered and got dressed.
I usually never asked Rosa to make me anything for breakfast, and she was often knocking loudly on my door at 8:15 to make sure I'd be up in time to get ready for school. But not today. A new Brett appeared, ready to engage with the world and track the psychopath that had entered into our lives. In the bathroom, I stood in front of the mirror again and realized I needed to get a haircut. My mother usually had her hairdresser cut mine, Alan Edwards, at a salon in Tarzana, and she always made my appointments. But I marked down a note to find the number and call the salon myself, maybe this week. Staring at myself, it was remarkable how composed I looked, the intensity and relief of the orgasm, the swimming of the laps, making a new schedule, embracing a new outlook, the thought of tracking Robert Mallory and keeping an eye on him. It all aided in this calmness. On that morning in late September, I believed it was all going to work out. There was only one glitch. As I was picking up the clothes I was wearing from the day before, I felt a bulge in the gray slacks and found a pair of white jockey shorts in the pocket. And I looked at them mystified as if I didn't know where they'd come from. And then I realized that I'd taken them from the pool house on Haskell Avenue yesterday afternoon. I breathed in, my chest tightened as I remembered the photos Ron Kellner showed me, but I had to erase Matt Kellner completely from my mind, and I did. But I was conflicted by this item of clothing, and instead of distracting myself by spending the time it took to figure out what to do with it, I simply tossed the jockey shorts in the bottom drawer of my desk, one I rarely, if ever, opened. I now realized about Matt Kellner on that morning, there was nothing I could do. There was nothing anyone could do. He was gone. The photos I'd seen in Ronald Kellner's office proved this unequivocally. But the new schedule would offer a way to erase memory, as well as offer a semblance of control, which is what I really craved, which would then aid in allowing me to wipe away the past. Everything was now about the future. And then I noticed the piece of paper I'd taken from the pool house I'd found on the pad in Matt's desk yesterday afternoon and stared at it. The initials R.M. and a phone number. I forced myself not to moan, but before slipping it into my jacket, I briefly flashed on, this all might be harder than I thought. But attempting this new attitude for the first time worked. It made everything easier. I drove to Buckley that day in silence. Again, I didn't want to hear music, songs that would remind me of Matt, or make me feel something and distract me from the schedule. I wanted to remain emotionless and climb onto that vaulted tier of numbness that Susan Reynolds resided on. That was the plan. I waited patiently without the usual annoyance in the line of cars on Stansbury Avenue before driving past the Buckley gates. I parked the Mercedes in its usual space, and I saw Debbie and Susan on the bench beneath the bell tower, both of them watching me carefully as I stepped out of my car. They were concerned about me and didn't know what to expect, and yet this wouldn't be an annoyance. And then I saw Ryan and Tom standing by Ryan's Trans Am, and they waited as I slung my new backpack over my shoulder and neared them, happily draping my arms around their necks and smiling widely as we walked toward the girls. This gesture of mine made Tom really happy for some reason. He was the human equivalent of a golden retriever, I had realized a long time ago, and he asked, grinning, "How you doing, buddy?" And I said, "Great, dude. Everything's great." And Tom said, "That's awesome." Ryan pretended this was all acceptable, even though I knew he was continuously flinching inside, stiffening up as the three of us walked together, my arm around his and Tom's shoulders. Tom was loose, Ryan was uptight, and that was okay. When we got to the girls who'd been silently watching us approaching, I hugged Debbie as she stood up and gave her a kiss and apologized for yesterday afternoon's outburst, and the worried expression on her face morphed into a smile, and I took her hand. All of this right in front of Ryan Vaughn, who, in the spirit of the new schedule, could go fuck himself, I thought, you fucking homo. And walked with Debbie through the pathway that led into the heart of the school, Tom and Susan behind us murmuring to each other, Ryan following as well, until we got to the administration office and it was almost 9 and time for the first class of the day, which I shared with Susan and Ryan, American Fiction, taught by Mr. Robbins. Debbie and I kissed goodbye. It was ridiculous she needed this when she would be seeing me in only about 45 minutes, but I was going to supply the public displays of affection that she wanted so badly and keep my fucking mouth shut. Just do whatever she wants. That's part of the plan. These were details in the new attitude I'd be adhering to. I'd be the tangible participant once again. Susan and Tom shared a similar kiss, but Susan turned away a little too suddenly after the kiss, and Tom's smile faltered a tiny bit. I caught the fleeting disappointment and confusion this caused, but this was only something I would notice. And I still remember that moment to this day because it was about Tom's disappointment. And then I held the door open for Ryan Vaughn, who passed me into the classroom and muttered, "You're ridiculous." And I didn't say anything back. I didn't let it bother me. I may have fallen in love with him, but there was no way for this to happen, to actualize itself in this particular time and place, in the atmosphere at Buckley, in high school in 1981. So fuck it. Go with the counter-narrative. Who cared anyway? It was all bullshit. It felt so cleansing to look at things from another angle. I wanted to be where Susan Reynolds was, and I wanted to write like this as well. Numbness as a feeling, numbness as a motivation, numbness as the reason to exist, numbness as ecstasy. On most days, I usually didn't see Robert Mallory until the mid-morning assembly. Besides phys ed, the two classes we shared were in the afternoons, but I was looking forward to seeing him. He was so handsome. He was so mysterious. He was so charismatic. And yet, there was also something so deeply wrong with him that I believed he was somehow involved with the death of Matt Kellner. And that Matt didn't suffer some kind of psychotic break by himself that caused an accidental drowning. Robert was definitely involved. I just didn't know how. And there was Robert Mallory at 10:45, standing in the courtyard below the pavilion, looking immaculate, reading a paperback. And it all seemed so manufactured. The dimples when he fake smiled at someone who passed by, the model good looks that disguised the darkness. I was standing with Debbie, who was talking to Susan and Tom, while I noticed Robert's thick brown hair, wavy and streaked with gold, his tan, the cleft in his chin. Tom had the same cleft, so did Ryan. And I imagined a big cock because he was so confident. I excused myself from Debbie and headed toward Robert, who was standing alone, though I noticed a group of ninth-grade girls huddled nearby, whispering about him, as if he was a movie star they just glimpsed at a mall. And I pretended to walk casually around the plaza that was filling up with students, deciding where to stand during the assembly, idly passing in and out of clusters of kids, when, in fact, I was heading toward Robert, who automatically noticed me blank-faced when he looked up from his book, Rabbit Run by John Updike, and which was the current assignment in American fiction, and then smiled widely as I approached, but I located the worry in his eyes, almond shape, of course, and actually green instead of the brown I had first imagined. And he said, "Hey, dude," in what sounded to me like a practice line reading. And I said, "Hey, dude," back. And I matched his smile. And he asked, "How you doing? You doing okay?" And I said, "I'm doing great. Everything is going to be okay. I'm just moving along, taking it easy." He nodded approvingly. "That's rad, man. That's the way to do it, man. Just go with the flow." And then I said, also nodding, "Yeah, the flow. That's what I'm going with, dude. It's rad. Taking it easy." Robert noticed I was studying him, almost peering at his perfect features, the slightly hollowed cheeks, the lips that verged on thick, his perfect nose, the row of perfect white teeth visible whenever he offered the fake smile. He tried not to seem startled. Yeah? Is anything wrong?" he asked, lightly concerned. I didn't give a fuck anymore, and I asked him, "Have you ever modeled or auditioned for something, like a commercial or a movie?" He looked at me quizzically, or pretending to look quizzically, because there was something, a madness, now whirring behind the eyes that I had so easily activated, and this gratified me. He thought there was something wrong with my question and didn't know what to say. "Have you ever wanted to be an actor?" I asked him. "You look like you could be a model. Did you ever do any modeling when you were in Chicago?" I asked. "You're a pretty good-looking guy." He tried not to stare at me as if I was crazy and accept the compliments, but it was obvious that this approach had disturbed him. Before Robert could say anything, suddenly the assembly began, and I could sense his relief as Dr. Croft walked up to the microphone and the Pledge of Allegiance was about to be dully intoned. And I glanced at Robert as he placed his hand on his chest, and I noted that he noticed I almost decided not to. that maybe I wasn't going to say the Pledge of Allegiance on that morning, standing next to him, inhaling his scent of cedar and sandalwood as it drifted toward me. But then I smiled pleasantly and went along with the schedule and looked up at the flag hanging from the steel pole high above the hundreds of students dully intoning the pledge, and placed my hand over my heart. He glanced over at me again when the Buckley prayer came next, and seemed mildly surprised when I hesitated to clasp my hands and bow my head and begin to pray. But it was just a pause, a kind of warning to destabilize him, to let him know that I was perhaps as unpredictable as he was. He had no idea that a phone number with his initials next to it were in the pocket of the slacks I was wearing, and that I had torn from the pad a dead boy had kept in his desk drawer. And I wondered what would happen if I brought the slip of paper out and asked Robert if it was something he recognized, if those were his initials, if that was a number he knew. Both Dr. Croft and then Susan Reynolds offered their reminders that homecoming was next Saturday. And there would be a pep rally on Friday where the Queens and Kings would be announced, as well as which team the Griffins were going to be playing against in the private school league on Verdon Field that Saturday. It went without saying that it would be a team they could easily beat. That was one of the rules of homecoming, and the visiting team, usually junior varsity, knew this going in, and though no one threw a game just so that the Buckley Griffins could be declared victors, a team was agreed upon that they could lightly trounce. And everyone was a good sport about this, both the Griffins as well as whatever visiting team they played. Odds were it was going to be Brentwood this year. Susan reminded the student body that each class could begin decorating their homecoming floats on Thursday and Friday, starting after 3 o'clock on Verdon Field. And juniors and seniors would be allowed to stay as late as 10:30 on both nights if they felt more work was required. Miguel and Angela would be manning the security booth until 11 that night. The design for the senior homecoming float had already been decided upon by John Yates and Doug Firth. There were one or two objections from Rita Lee and Danielle Peters, who thought the idea for the float was too macho, and couldn't we tone down the swagger of it all? Escape from Buckley High announced the theme of the senior float that year, and it was a take on Escape from New York, a popular John Carpenter movie that had been released earlier that summer. A futuristic thriller set in 1997 where the island of Manhattan had been converted into a giant maximum security prison. And the senior float was going to replicate the poster whose main image was the fallen head of the Statue of Liberty laying in the middle of Fifth Avenue. A dystopian choice in that moment we thought would be funny. And since the hero, Snake Plissken, played by Kurt Russell, wasn't in the poster, there would be an enlarged image of Tom Wright's scowling, lightly stubbled face superimposed over the Statue of Liberty's head, complete with an eye patch. We'd replicate our take on the title in blood red lettering, and we'd rework the ad lines promoting the movie. Instead of 1997 New York City as a walled maximum security prison, we'd replace 1997 with 1982, when seniors would graduate, and New York City with Buckley, and we'd keep the rest. Breaking out is impossible, breaking in is insane. This was surprisingly punk for Buckley in 1981, and we were surprised the design was accepted by the administration's unusually conservative decorating approval committee. By comparison, the junior class was playing it safe, and their float was simply a replica of a box of junior mints. At the pep rally during the mid-morning assembly on the Friday before homecoming, the king and queen for both the senior and junior and middle school classes would be announced. Voting took place the week leading up to Friday. Saturday would start off with a football game and a parade of floats during halftime. A mini carnival with booths would be set up on the elementary school field on the other side of campus. And then there would be the annual homecoming dinner in the pavilion, catered and with an orchestra. Tickets for this event could be purchased at Mrs. Strom's desk in the administration office, and there was the reminder that seating was limited. I paid closer attention as Susan dully read this information on that day, almost as if she was embarrassed by it. She was now in another world beyond this one, floating on a cloud of numbness, but it was different. Something was off. And though I realized later where this hesitancy was coming from regarding homecoming, it just seemed odd then, standing in the crowded courtyard that day, hearing her even more resolutely unenthusiastic than she'd already become. She was taking her alluring numbness into a new place that was tinged with what I sensed was embarrassment. Instead of scanning for Tom Wright to glimpse if he even noticed this, I turned slightly to see Robert Mallory looking up at the girl behind the microphone. And I had never seen Robert look as calm or as seemingly real as he was in that moment, staring serenely at Susan. He had transformed into another boy. He realized at a certain point that I'd been looking at him, and when he turned to me, he just blankly stared, almost daring me, until he finally fake smiled, and I looked away. I couldn't help but note, it broke through the new attitude I was adjusting to that day, that no one mentioned Matt Kellner anymore. And on that morning, I had to realize and accept this was okay. It had already happened. It was in the past. Matt was over. This was what the new attitude demanded, and I went with it. It was now all about Robert Mallory. And my central question had cemented into, why did he help kill Matt Kellner? My first thought, it was instinct, standing in the plaza at the mid-morning assembly, was, none of this matters, because I'm not going to homecoming. And then I realized almost as quickly that I, of course, would be going to homecoming this year because I was with Debbie Schaefer, and my best friends were going to be king and queen. And, of course, I was going to attend all the events on that Saturday because of the new attitude I had promised myself I'd keep. I was going to be following a new schedule and keep up appearances, and homecoming was included on the list of things I had to experience if I wanted to keep the new attitude spinning. Even as I realized I had no idea what homecoming represented. I didn't know I realized while standing in the courtyard of the plaza what it even meant or why the school was so committed to it. But I was going to play by the rules, like I always somewhat had, but with a newfound and false enthusiasm that I would try and make real. I might have unnerved Robert Mallory, but I apologized after assembly and said, "I'm sorry if I weirded you out." He made a gesture, a sympathetic shrug, and said, "You didn't weird me out. It sounded pretty gay, but it didn't weird me out." And then he turned to walk toward the pavilion, where the boys' locker room was located, and said he'd see me up on the field. It was time for phys ed, I realized. And though I started walking toward the pavilion, following Robert and noting that Tom and Ryan and Jeff and Dominic were all heading in the same direction as a group, a voice in the back of my head told me to skip it. I found Coach Holtz and explained that I really needed time to study for an exam. There was no exam. And instead of wasting my time by changing into my gym clothes and making the steep walk up to Verdon Field, I needed the use of the library instead. And Holtz shrugged, said it was fine, no problem. Go ahead, Brett. Something in me broke a little when I realized that I wasn't exactly following the new schedule or adhering with the new attitude, but the compulsion was overwhelming. I went first to the administration office instead and asked one of the secretaries, Mrs. Stanley, if I could take a look at the Buckley roster. I needed to check something, I explained as she reached into a drawer and handed it to me. I hadn't been able to find the roster at the house in Mulholland that morning, but why would it have been in my bedroom anyway? I already knew the 5 numbers I needed: Susan, Tom, Debbie, Ryan, and Matt's, all memorized. I wanted to compare the number I found on the piece of paper I'd taken from Matt's with the number listed by Robert Mallory's Century City address and the phone number at that residence. And of course, they did not match, which is what I'd expected. But not dreaded, because dread was not part of the routine anymore. Dread was a waste of time. Dread didn't get things done. Dread stalled you. I might have assumed that Robert had something to do with Matt's death. Yes, without any proof, this is what the writer does. He hears things that aren't there. But I wasn't going to let it fill me with dread, because then I wouldn't be able to figure things out, because dread crippled you. And yet, what was there to figure out? I imagined someone asking me. There was no proof. There were no connections. Robert had supposedly been in Palm Springs the weekend Matt disappeared, or so Ronald Kellner had been told, and I had seen Robert at school various times during that following week. So what the fuck were you thinking, Brett? I could imagine someone gently reprimanding me. I sat downstairs in the near-empty library, on a couch, staring at the statue of the griffin that stood in the courtyard by the still-empty waterfall and koi pond behind the tinted windows in the lower level of the building. And I stayed there until lunch. I tried answering 2 essay questions for European history and then studied for my retake of the SATs in late October. My combined score was barely 1,100. even with a tutor who had come over to the house in Mulholland twice a week for a month before taking the exam. And that score, of course, minimized the number of colleges I could get into. But I never cared what college I got into, and I had never been particularly invested in what my SAT scores were. I just wanted out of Buckley. I wanted out of the house in Mulholland. I wanted to get away from Tom and Susan. I wanted out of Los Angeles. The sprawl of the city allowed a dozen serial killers to coexist, a place that was letting the trawler hide and thrive and disappear girls. But the new attitude that I had embraced this morning made me realize on that day that I should care about the SATs and what my college options were, because if I wanted to get out of here and not end up at USC, the University of Southern California, often jokingly referred to as the University of Spoiled Children, which at the time seemed like my one decent option, and even then only because of my father's connections, I had to pull myself together and care more. Because of this newfound angle, I stopped by the office of Mrs. Thompson, our senior advisor and college counselor, which was situated in the administration building, and I asked her if we should make an appointment and go over what the reality of my situation was, and what colleges should I be looking at, and which ones were out of my league. I realized while standing in Mrs. Thompson's doorway that my choices were probably fairly specific because of my middling GPA, middling SAT scores, and almost no extracurricular activities. And she agreed, chirping, "It's never too early to start looking," in her cheerful and optimistic voice. I was expecting this optimistic voice from everyone that day, since I was trying to give out the same vibes that kept our world humming, that kept the movie running, that kept everything in play, even if I was sometimes reminded that Ryan Vaughn had located and confirmed how fake it was, and even more so to guys like us. And yet, if Ryan could still excel at what was expected of him, then so could I. Mrs. Thompson and I made an appointment to meet next Monday after school. I remember very little about the rest of that day after I left Mrs. Thompson's office, except for certain specific images when I met the group for lunch. Instead of extending the drama about Matt and sharing the reality surrounding his death, which I so easily could have done, and eagerly given them the horrible information I had discovered in Ronald Kellner's office, I just went with the flow of the conversation, which was all about homecoming. And it was hard to follow and commit because there were very few things I cared less about at Buckley than homecoming. And I struggled to keep up with the conversation and happily participate in it, usually offering the writer's cynical perspective on the event and making everyone laugh. This was part of my job, I realized, making fun of Buckley, and it was a character I was expected to sometimes play, and it seemed as if the group always enjoyed it. I made fun of stuff, and people laughed. Even Robert Mallory, who was sitting with us that day, threw his head back when I said something especially scathing about one of the gay art teachers. But the one thing I remember most intensely is how Susan and Robert barely interacted with each other at the table we were all sitting at. And it wasn't just because Tom and Jeff and Ryan, and occasionally myself, commanded the conversation and seemingly kept deciding on which direction it would go, but it was as if a genuine shyness had enveloped both Susan and Robert. And they seemed muted compared to the rest of the group, but they didn't ignore the conversation, not entirely, and Robert asked perfunctory questions about what the usual Buckley homecoming was like. It seemed so lavish compared to what he'd experienced at Roycemore. And sometimes Susan answered one or two of his inquiries, but far more often Tom would explain what the day entailed, finally adding that there was an after-party at someone's house. This year it would be at Anthony Matthews because he lived closest to the school. And expect to get wasted, dude, Tom promised while Debbie pushed into me, and I suggestively placed a hand on her bare thigh. I could feel the goosebumps rising across her flesh while I tried not to stare at Ryan, who was sitting with us, but only reluctantly, I could tell, because Tom had insisted. Ryan and I didn't ignore each other exactly, but it was obvious to me that something had gotten rewired between the two of us. His problem, not mine. I thought I was pushing for the drama-free experience and the calming effect of the new attitude, and for a while it made everything fake and good. The first class that I had with Robert was after lunch, and I was momentarily distracted by him since he always sat in the front row and I always sat in the back row. And because there were only 12 students in the class, he had become the one thing I paid attention to, no matter how hard I tried to look away from his head, the nape of his neck, or the jawline that stirred me when he turned and listened to something Tracy Goldman was saying. In our next class together that day, I moved closer to the front of the room and over to the side where Robert wouldn't be in my line of vision. It worked. I wasn't distracted anymore. There were hurdles that my attitude had to overcome, and there were one or two surprising roadblocks that turned out not to be a limitation. At least the new outlook wouldn't let them become one. But the thing that haunts me from that day, I embraced the new Brett, was I remember Tom and Ryan had football practice after school, and that Debbie had driven to the Wendover stables, and I had asked Susan if she wanted to go into Westwood and see a movie. There was one that opened at the Plaza, co-written by Joan Didion and John Gregory Dunn, an adaptation of Dunn's bestseller, True Confessions, starring Robert De Niro. But Susan demurred and said she had no interest in going to Westwood and seeing that. I then suggested a Ryan O'Neal comedy at the Mann Triplex, or Mommy Dearest at the Village. I had made a list that morning with late afternoon showtimes on it. But Susan seemed vaguely withdrawn in ways that I hadn't witnessed before. The numbness was morphing into something else, a place I couldn't locate, something verging on sulky. Susan said she was going to drive back to Beverly Hills and get as much homework done as possible, and she wanted to finish reading Rabbit Run. I immediately noted I had seen Robert Mallory reading the same paperback at the mid-morning assembly, but why had I rushed to that connection? We were all assigned to read it. I was reading it. I automatically made that connection and found a hidden meaning in it. Robert and Susan reading the same book, because it had slipped through my new attitude. Why would I care? Because you hear things that aren't really there. That kind of connection was coming from the dramatist I'd been trying to erase that day, and I had to let him go. I admitted happily and graciously that this sounded like the better and more practical idea as Susan and I walked toward the parking lot together. We hugged at her car, and then I walked to mine and sat in the 450 SL while Susan sat in her car. And yet she wasn't going anywhere. The BMW sat in the space for what seemed like 20 minutes while I tried waiting her out. But my new attitude wouldn't allow for this. I was wasting time, and I wanted to stick to the new schedule. I imagine Susan was probably listening to Ice House, smoking a close cigarette, thinking about Tom's trip back east, contemplating the party she was throwing that had been postponed because of Matt Kellner's death, and then again because it was too close to homecoming. Finally, Susan went out, and I tried not to curse. Profanity wasn't allowed anymore. As I pulled the Mercedes out of my spot and drove by Susan sitting alone in the BMW. And as I steered the car toward the gates heading out of Buckley, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and as if on cue, Robert Mallory appeared out of the afternoon shadows of the bell tower and stepped carefully off the curb and started walking through the half-empty parking lot, and a queasy sense of panic warped the calmness of my new attitude. But I was suddenly on Stansbury Avenue and couldn't see where he'd been heading. I didn't turn back. Instead, I kept my focus on Valley Vista and Beverly Glen and Mulholland. And then I was alone in my room, and I took out my textbooks from the Gucci backpack and scheduled out what homework I'd be working on first and what most needed to be completed that night. But it was hard for me to concentrate because I couldn't shake that particular image of Robert Mallory in my rearview mirror. He wasn't walking toward his gleaming black Porsche, but instead he seemed to be heading in the direction of Susan Reynolds' car and the girl waiting for him there. The next morning, I got behind the wheel of my mother's Jaguar XJ6 and carefully pulled left into the traffic racing along Mulholland and drove to Buckley, where I parked the car in the first available space on Stansbury Avenue, and walked it past the gates and through the entrance to the school. The day progressed, and of course no one said anything to me about my car, the Mercedes, not being in the senior section of the parking lot. Unless you were specifically looking for my car, there was no reason you wouldn't know it wasn't there. This was the second day with the new attitude, the new Brett, and it had worked the night before. I ate the quesadilla that Rosa had left for me to reheat. I completed all my homework. I swam laps. I wasn't afraid. I tried to finish reading the Updike novel, but I found myself too tired, and so I set the alarm and fell into an easy sleep because I hadn't let anything distract me. I kept focus on the essays, and the calculus homework, which I could never make sense of, often just zoning out on the textbook with the logarithmic spiral of the Nautilus shell on the cover. But that night, I at least tried. And I had typed 3 double-spaced pages of the novel before I picked up Rabbit Run and went to bed. The next morning, I woke up with the alarm and masturbated to a fantasy about the 2 stars from Gallipoli, Mel Gibson and Mark Lee, having sex with each other, in character. Few actors, I felt, were more beautiful than the young Mel Gibson. And I didn't want to think at all about Ryan Vaughn, and definitely not Matt Kellner. But suddenly Martin Hewitt, who had starred in Endless Love that summer, took over the fantasy, and I came hard thinking about him, briefly naked, on top of Brooke Shields, on top of me, and I was gripping his ass, urging him on. I promptly got up, showered, and dressed, realizing I'd be running laps on Verdant Field that day instead of working out in the makeshift gym next to the garage. Rosa hadn't arrived yet, and I ate a bowl of cereal while I watched Shingy frolic mindlessly on the lawn. On my way to the library that morning, I nodded at Miguel, who was directing traffic, and noticed that neither Tom's car or Susan's car or Debbie's BMW or Robert's Porsche were in the parking lot yet, and I realized that I arrived at school far earlier than I thought when I looked at my watch. I walked into the library and sat in a wood-paneled cubicle and unzipped the Gucci backpack and started reading Rabbit Run until just before 9, when I headed to the first class of the day, American fiction, and saw that the class was just about filled. I nodded to Ryan, who was in the front row off to the side, and then sat down next to Susan, who casually leaned over and said hi. She was so beautiful in that moment that I looked into her face, shocked by her beauty. But she located something besides the shock and asked, "What's wrong?" I shrugged and said, "Oh, everything." She smiled with a blankness that also somehow seemed wry. "Debbie was looking for you," she said quietly, as Mr. Robbins placed his briefcase on the desk that sat in front of the long black chalkboard he rarely used. "I was hiding in the library," I whispered. "Hiding from who?" Susan asked, amused and expectant. I paused and then said, "Everybody." She sighed and sat back as the class began, and I wanted to ask her what she talked to Robert Mallory about yesterday afternoon when I drove out of the parking lot and saw him approaching Susan's car. But the new attitude, the new Brett, restrained me from asking this. There was a football game that day at Buckley, and though I can remember who I masturbated about on that late September day, I wrote it down. I kept lists, a jack-off journal. I can't remember what team the Griffins were playing, though I knew Susan would be in the stands cheering Tom on as quarterback, and I took a chance and thought Robert Mallory wouldn't be at the game. And I walked down to my mom's Jaguar and sat in it, waiting for the black Porsche to roll out of the gates and on to Stansbury Avenue, passing a car Robert had never seen before, unlike the 450 SL, which he completely associated with me. And the black Porsche appeared at about 3:15, and I didn't make the same mistake I'd made when I followed him on that first day of school. Where had he really been going, I asked myself. Was it really to buy clothes at the Robinsons in the Galleria, or was he driving toward Haskell Avenue after talking with Matt Kellner in the parking lot and then changed his mind when he saw that I was following him? I stayed 2 cars behind and intuited that Robert would be heading home to Century City as he drove along Valley Vista, until he hit Sepulveda and made a left, and then another left, driving up the on-ramp of the 405 freeway, and I trailed him 3 to 4 cars behind while moving in and out of lanes as we zoomed through the Sepulveda Pass until the Porsche headed down a freeway off-ramp that took us to Santa Monica Boulevard, and where we passed the New Art, the Revival Theater I haunted. And then the Porsche started heading towards Century City and the condo Robert shared with his supposed aunt. I still traveled 3 cars behind Robert as he turned right onto Avenue of the Stars, and we passed the fountains of the ABC Entertainment Center, where my father's offices were located above the Schubert Theater, and where my parents had taken me to see Evita that past year. They had ended up getting into an argument in the space age-themed lobby during intermission, and where rarely, after my parents separated, I'd browse through Brentano's bookstore, waiting for my father's day to end, and we'd meet for a movie at the Plitt Cinemas or dinner at Harry's Bar. Those painful excursions with my father seemed light-hearted and innocent compared to where I was now, I realized, bleakly, with a pang, as I followed the Porsche past the sweeping crescent of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. And then finally at the Century East Towers on the corner of Pico, and which were the last buildings on Avenue of the Stars. Robert made an easy left into the driveway as the Jaguar I drove passed by the two towering condo buildings that mirrored each other, both 28 stories high and overlooking the Hillcrest Country Club and the golf course at Rancho Park. The avenue was fairly empty, and I easily made a U-turn and then drove slowly past the driveway where Robert was now leaving the Porsche with a valet and walking by a fountain, and then entered into the tower closest to Pico. I thought about spending the rest of the afternoon at the nearby Century City Mall, but I was too keyed up, and that wasn't part of the schedule anyway. I saw that the French Lieutenant's Woman had opened at the Plit, and I was tempted to go see it that afternoon, but the new schedule allowed movies only on weekends. Afternoons and evenings during the week were devoted to homework and planning, swimming and sleeping, taking care of yourself so the useless dread wouldn't come back and haunt your dreams. Being afraid was so lame, I kept telling myself. Being afraid is so lame, and you're not a pussy. The next day I did the same thing. I drove my mother's Jaguar to Stansbury and found a parking space on the street. I waited in the car and looked through the windshield to see if anybody was around to see me. But I was early, and the street was fairly deserted. There wasn't the long line of cars stretching down to Valley Vista, as there usually were when I got to school. I threw the backpack over my shoulder and walked quickly through the gates until I got to the library, paused and looked around, suddenly feeling as if I was being followed. I forced this feeling away and drifted over to the same wooden cubicle I sat in yesterday and where I started reading Rabbit Run. I only had about 50 pages left. Time passed quickly, and I moved through the day on automatic. I was a robot, already programmed to play out a role. There were times during that day I liked being an actor because it was so much easier, but there were other times when I became resentful of Tom and Susan, of Debbie, of Ryan, of Robert, of Buckley itself. But if I focused on a deep breath and then a slight attitude adjustment, I could fake a smile or a concerned look, place a hand on a shoulder, offer a reassuring kiss to Debbie's lips. If I just concentrated, I could charge and reactivate the robot. I followed Robert again that afternoon. He left roughly at the same time, and I thought because Susan wasn't available. Otherwise, he would have stayed at Buckley, I imagine. But she was probably with Tom or at an endless meeting about the planning of homecoming, which was one of her jobs as the student body president, and I could only imagine her distance from everything in those fluorescent-lit classrooms, arguing over the finer points of the day. Debbie was constantly in Malibu, riding Spirit at the Wendover stables, and so I rarely saw her that week except at school. There were no afternoons hanging out at the mansion in Stone Canyon or the empty house on Mulholland. We had gone out to lunch that day with Tom and Susan to Teru Sushi in Studio City and sat on the patio next to the Japanese garden, and where the girls showed their fake IDs and ordered sake. And while Tom had a Coke, I just drank water and ate California rolls. I was too distracted by the promise of following Robert over the hill to Century City again. And I didn't want to get buzzed on sake and beer because I had a sense of purpose, a new schedule, a different attitude. The new Brett needed to keep everything ordered, and clearness and sanity were the main objectives. Again, I followed Robert across the same route, always 2 or 3 cars behind, Valley Vista to the 405, through the Sepulveda Pass, to the off-ramp at Santa Monica Boulevard, the right turn at Avenue of the Stars, and then I slowed down as he made the left through the gates of the Century East Towers, where he pulled the Porsche up to the valet. I made the same U-turn from the day before and watched again as Robert walked past the fountain and into the same building he had entered yesterday, while never noticing the Jaguar pulling past the gates. Everything Robert did seemed perfectly normal, boring even, and yet I hesitated as I looked for a place to park so I could wait and see if Robert was coming out again, if he had changed out of his uniform into something more casual, and maybe drive over to the Century City Mall and prowl the pathways looking for girls from Beverly High. But I had a new schedule, and I was adjusting myself to it. Life was actually easier with the new attitude because the fear was gone, and I was playing by the rules. And because of this, I was making people happy. I seemed innocent, which was not at all what I was, but I could play innocence, and I sensed this relaxed Robert Mallory because that week he moved slightly closer to me, or gave off the illusion of nearing me, those whirring eyes calming down in the presence of this fake person I was inhabiting. And he was more casual dealing with this new machine I was controlling. I realized at one point that this was all ridiculous to the point of slightly unsettling, and so I pulled back a little. But I realized on the 3rd day I was becoming addicted to following Robert Mallory after school. He apparently had no clue that someone was tailing him, and this excited me. He never seemed to notice or gave any indication that he knew one of his classmates in a seafoam green Jaguar XJ6 was following him from Buckley to Century City. The next day, I parked the Jaguar in Stansbury again, and then walked through the gates as I had the previous 2 mornings. I was early, per my new schedule, and headed straight for the library, where I sat in the same wooden cubicle and finished Rabbit Run, nonplussed, not really caring one way or another about it. I realized that what I was really caring about the last 3 days was waiting. I was waiting to follow Robert Mallory again. The day crept by waiting for 3 o'clock. Because I wasn't participating with the real world of Buckley as myself, I don't remember a lot of what happened. I just played a part that seemed to make Tom and Debbie happy, and it relaxed Robert. But it didn't affect Susan at all, because seemingly nothing now did. And of course Ryan knew all about the act because he was playing it too, and there were a few times where we acted our parts with each other, especially if other people were around, at lunch or hanging out in the minutes before one of the 3 classes we shared started. Sometimes an uneasiness appeared within the pantomime, a kind of stage fright, but you could work through it if you just smiled passively and continued enacting the character, the nice and trustworthy boyfriend, the best bud, the platonic relationship, the denial of lust. I left school hurriedly after the last class. Debbie had already headed for Malibu, and there was another football game, so Susan wouldn't be available for anyone. I walked to the Jaguar and lowered myself behind the steering wheel, waiting for the black Porsche to glide past, and where I hid until what I felt was the right moment to pull away from the curb and follow Robert to Valley Vista, where he made the same right turn the previous 2 days, and where I would follow him on the same route to Sepulveda. But on that day, Robert didn't stay on Valley Vista. Instead, he made a left onto Beverly Glen instead of a right, which was difficult to do at this time of day since traffic was continually flowing in both directions in the late afternoon. But the Porsche made the left turn aggressively, with almost no concern for the drivers on Beverly Glen, who braked and honked as the Porsche interrupted the flow of traffic. And it took me about a minute to make the same left, and I pressed hard on the accelerator, revving the car, pushing the Jaguar to catch up with Robert. When the Porsche came to a side about 9 cars ahead of me, where Beverly Glen curved toward Mulholland and the stoplight there, the relief was overwhelming, embarrassing almost. And then I was momentarily horrified by the thought that he was heading to my house, but the taillight on the Porsche was blinking, indicating he was making a left in the direction away from the empty house in Mulholland. I was able to make the left as well, along with 3 other cars behind me, and stayed far enough away from the Porsche so that Robert wouldn't see me or suspect someone was following him. I watched through the windshield as the Porsche turned off of Mulholland and onto Benedict Canyon, and then I had to slow down since there was now only 1 car between us. As we maneuvered down the canyon, I wondered if this was simply a new route to Century City or if Robert was going to visit someone, but I couldn't imagine it being anyone we knew. Suddenly, and from out of nowhere, like an anxiety attack, the dread returned, taking over any curiosity I was tinged with, because I realized I shouldn't be doing this, tracking a classmate, and I was failing to reassure myself that Robert Mallory was dangerous and capable of ruining everything, and convincing myself that everything I was doing was justified. I only caught flashes of the black Porsche curving down the winding road until it straightened out as the canyon's highway flattened. I was now the only car traveling behind the Porsche. The car behind him and in front of me had made a left into the gated community of Wallingford Estates. And I kept my distance as the Porsche slowed and then surprisingly swerved left about 6 houses up from the stoplight at Hutton. I immediately pulled over to the side of the road and waited for about 5 minutes until I carefully drove past the house Robert had pulled into. He had parked the Porsche in the stone driveway of a 2-story house pushed deep away from the canyon road, and there were no other cars visible in the driveway except his, and that's all I quickly glimpsed as I drove to the stoplight on Hutton, which was the only stoplight on Benedict Canyon until you hit the flats of Beverly Hills. Instead of turning left onto Hutton and heading back home, I made a U-turn and drove back toward the house and braked slowly by it, and then parked about 5 houses up from it and waited, glancing into the rearview mirror. The stereo was off, and when I switched it on, the Eagles blared. One of these nights, off their greatest hits, 1971, 1975, was what my mother had been listening to before she left for Europe. And I quickly turned the sound off, waiting. Robert was only there for about 10 minutes before the Porsche pulled out of the driveway and swerved left onto Benedict Canyon, zooming away in the opposite direction from where the Jaguar was parked. I had no desire to follow Robert any longer that afternoon. I quickly made a U-turn and drove toward the house, and, lightly electrified with adrenaline, steered up the driveway and past the wrought iron gates, which had been pushed open, and where a mud-streaked warning "No Trespassing" sign in red letters hung crookedly. The driveway was gravel until it smoothed out into the curved entranceway made of stone. The house was white with green shutters, traditional and anonymous, probably built in the late 1960s or early 70s, and it was somewhat featureless. The second story was crested with a sloping rooftop adorned with gray shingles. There was an arched entryway that led to a white door with green trim, and there was a squared bay window, and the house was shaded by oaks and sycamores and appeared to be empty, the canyon hillside rising behind it. I debated exiting the car, but the compulsion was too strong, and so I parked the Jaguar and stepped out. It was eerily quiet, and from where I stood, I noticed that a line of trees actually hid most of the house from the traffic coming up and down the canyon road. I was breathing hard. There was no way I could last here longer than a minute. I was just too keyed up. I quickly moved toward the bay window, but it was curtained, and when I tried the front door, it was, of course, locked. This was all happening so fast that I didn't even process what I was looking for or what I'd expected. I hurriedly moved around the side of the house and out into the backyard, where there was an old tennis court strewn with leaves and a sagging net, and there was an empty pool. It automatically reminded me of the one on Haskell Avenue, except this one was filled with dead leaves. I scanned an ancient red brick patio situated above the pool and overlooking the tennis court, but there was no furniture, nothing that suggested anyone was living in the house. I looked up to the second story, and all the windows were shaded. Everything was shadowed by the steeply rising hillside behind the house, and I imagined there were only a few hours where sunlight could hit the pool and the tennis court, when someone could catch a few rays and tan themselves. Otherwise, the sun was blocked out everywhere by the hillside and the towering sycamores. It was too quiet, and I quickly left the backyard. I had barely been standing there for 30 seconds. As I rushed back to my car, I stopped, bolted by a sentence someone had said, and breathed in, trying to calm myself. I took another step and stopped, and then somehow regained my composure and walked quickly back to the Jaguar. The dread I'd been trying to avoid had returned, and even though I hadn't really seen anything ominous, somehow my mind told me that I had. And this feeling enveloped me because of one thing that Ronald Kellner had said about Matt Dotson. This was why the dread returned with a sickening intensity, the dread I'd been ignoring as the tangible participant, the new Brett. I suddenly believed the house I was standing in front of was the house whose phone number Matt Kellner had written on a notepad and that I found in his desk. And my mind had raced toward the mileage on the Dotson. Oh, maybe over the hill and back, Ronald Kellner had said, but no one drove that car out to Crystal Cove. I convinced myself in that moment, trembling next to the Jaguar, that this house was where Matt Kellner had disappeared into during the week before he died. And maybe this is where he had been kept. I tried to calm myself with the usual mantra, you're hearing things that aren't really there. But this time the signal was too strong for me to ignore because it was pulsing and sending out shivery waves of panic, and I was drawn to them like a zombie.